Hey, welcome back. This is where I tell real, true crime stories slowly and calmly, so you can listen and unwind at your own pace. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here. If you'd like, let me know where you're listening from. It's always nice to see familiar and new places. And if you haven't already, subscribing helps keep these stories here for you. This is episode 121. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet village in North Yorkshire, England, a man who worked as a hospital porter, who spent his evenings in local pubs, and who returned each night to a modest stone cottage that sat along a narrow rural road. His name was Malcolm Webster, and to those who knew him casually, he appeared gentle, intelligent, and dependable. He spoke calmly, dressed neatly, and carried himself with quiet confidence. But behind that composed exterior was a calculated mind capable of patience and deception. And over the course of several years, he would orchestrate crimes so carefully that they initially appeared to be tragic accidents. Malcolm Webster was born in 1959. He trained originally as a nurse and worked in medical environments where he gained knowledge about drugs, dosages, and their effects on the human body. This medical knowledge would later become central to the crimes investigators uncovered. He eventually married a woman named Claire Morris. Claire was trusting, kind, and building a future with Malcolm. They lived together in Scotland, sharing routines and responsibilities like any married couple. In 1994, Malcolm and Claire planned a trip. They would drive together through rural Scotland. It was supposed to be an ordinary journey, nothing unusual or dangerous. But during that drive, Claire suddenly became unconscious. Malcolm later told authorities that she had simply fallen asleep in the passenger seat. He said he continued driving along a winding rural road. Then, the car left the road. It rolled down an embankment and crashed. Emergency responders arrived at the scene. Malcolm survived. Claire did not. At first glance, the crash appeared to be a tragic accident. Rural roads can be dangerous. Vehicles can lose control. Fatigue can cause drivers to drift off course. Investigators examined the scene, documented vehicle damage, and reviewed Malcolm's statement. With no immediate evidence of foul play, Claire's death was ruled accidental. Malcolm Webster received life insurance money following her death. He continued his life. Years passed. He eventually moved to New Zealand, seeking a fresh start. There, he met a woman named Felicity Drum. Felicity was a university lecturer, intelligent and independent. She and Malcolm began a relationship. He presented himself as a widower who had lost his wife in a tragic accident. He appeared sensitive and emotionally affected by his past. Felicity trusted him. But over time, Felicity began experiencing unusual symptoms. She felt dizzy, weak, disoriented. She did not understand why. Medical tests could not immediately explain her condition. But Felicity began to suspect something was wrong. She noticed patterns. Her symptoms appeared after Malcolm prepared drinks for her. She began to question whether she was being deliberately drugged. Trust slowly turned into fear. Felicity contacted authorities. Police began investigating Malcolm Webster carefully. They examined his background. They discovered the earlier death of his wife in Scotland. They examined medical records. They analyzed substances found in Felicity's home. Forensic testing revealed the presence of sedative drugs. These drugs could cause unconsciousness, confusion, and loss of control. Investigators realized that Felicity had likely been deliberately drugged. Malcolm Webster was arrested in New Zealand in 1999. He was charged with attempted murder. Investigators in Scotland were notified. They reopened the investigation into Claire Morris's death. With new information about Malcolm's actions in New Zealand, the earlier crash took on new significance. Forensic experts re-examined the original evidence. They considered the possibility that Claire had been drugged before the crash. They examined whether Malcolm had staged the accident deliberately. In New Zealand, Malcolm Webster was convicted of attempted murder and sentenced to prison. Years later, Scottish authorities brought him back to the United Kingdom to stand trial for Claire Morris's death. During the trial, prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of events. They argued that Malcolm had drugged Claire, waited until she was unconscious, and then deliberately driven the car off the road to to create the appearance of an accident. His motive, they argued, included financial gain through life insurance. The defense challenged these claims, arguing that the crash was accidental and that the evidence was circumstantial. But the jury examined the pattern. They saw the similarities between the attempted murder in New Zealand and the earlier death in Scotland. In 2011, Malcolm Webster was convicted of murdering Claire Morris. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. The case demonstrated how carefully planned crimes can initially appear as accidents, how medical knowledge can be used to conceal harm, and how patterns of behavior can emerge over time, revealing truth long after the original event. For years, Malcolm Webster lived freely, believed by many to be a grieving widower. He spoke about loss. He built relationships. He presented himself as a survivor of tragedy. But beneath that identity was a calculated pattern that investigators would eventually uncover, proving that what appeared to be accidental loss had in fact been deliberate, hidden behind planning, patience, and the assumption that time would conceal the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb of Denver, Colorado, a man who worked as an airline mechanic, who attended church regularly, and who was known among neighbors as polite, soft-spoken, and dependable. His name was Harold Henthorne, and for years he built a life that appeared stable and ordinary. He lived with his wife Toni and their young daughter in a comfortable home surrounded by trees and quiet streets. He drove his daughter to school, went grocery shopping, and carried out the routines of suburban life without attracting suspicion. But hidden behind that calm routine was a pattern of events that investigators would later examine with growing concern, events that began years earlier with another death that had been ruled an accident. Harold Henthorne had been married before. His first wife, Lynn Henthorne, died in 1995. According to Harold, they had been changing a tire on a remote road when the car slipped off its jack and crushed her beneath it. Emergency responders arrived, but Lynn was already dead. The incident was investigated at the time, and although there were questions about the unusual circumstances, it was ultimately ruled an accident. Harold received life insurance money following her death, and over time, the case faded into the background. Years later, Harold married again. His second wife, Toni Henthorne, was intelligent, kind, and devoted to their family. She worked as an ophthalmologist and contributed significantly to their financial stability. Together, they raised their daughter and appeared to live a peaceful life. On September 29, 2012, Harold and Toni decided to celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary with a trip to Rocky Mountain National Park. It was a clear autumn day. The park's trails were filled with hikers enjoying the scenery, the changing leaves, and the cool mountain air. Harold and Toni set out on a trail near a scenic overlook, walking together along a narrow path that wound through rocky terrain. At some point during the hike, Toni fell from a cliff. She plunged approximately 140 feet down a steep slope, striking rocks below. Harold called emergency services, reporting that his wife had fallen accidentally. Rescue teams responded quickly, but Toni had suffered fatal injuries. At first, the incident appeared to be a tragic accident. Mountain trails can be dangerous. Falls occur unexpectedly. Investigators documented the scene, interviewed Harold, and reviewed the circumstances. Harold explained that Toni had walked ahead of him and slipped. But as investigators examined the details more closely, questions began to emerge. Harold had chosen a remote trail that was not commonly used. He had taken Toni to an isolated area away from other hikers. Witnesses later reported seeing the couple arguing earlier in the day. Investigators also discovered that Harold had taken photographs of the cliff shortly before the fall. These details raised suspicion. The investigation expanded. Authorities examined Harold's financial records. They discovered that he had taken out multiple life insurance policies on Toni, totaling more than $4 million. This discovery was significant. Financial motive is often a key factor in homicide investigations. Investigators then revisited the death of Harold's first wife, Lynn. They re-examined the evidence from 1995. They found similarities between the two deaths. Both occurred in isolated locations. Both involved unusual accidents. Both resulted in insurance payouts to Harold. Forensic experts analyzed the timeline of events. They examined Harold's phone records, internet searches, and movements. They discovered that he had researched remote locations and methods of causing fatal accidents. In 2014, Harold Henthorn was arrested and charged with first-degree murder in the death of Tony Henthorn. During the trial, prosecutors presented detailed evidence showing that Harold had carefully planned the trip to Rocky Mountain National Park. They argued that he had intentionally pushed Tony from the cliff to collect insurance money. They also presented evidence suggesting that Lynn's death in 1995 had not been accidental. The defense argued that Tony's death was a tragic accident and that Harold had no reason to harm his wife. But the jury examined the evidence carefully. They considered the insurance policies, the location of the fall, the similarities between the two deaths, and Harold's actions before and after the incident. In 2015, Harold Henthorn was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The case demonstrated how crimes staged as accidents can initially avoid detection, how financial motive can drive calculated actions, and how investigators can uncover truth by re-examining earlier events in light of new evidence. For years, Harold Henthorn lived as a husband, father, and neighbor, someone who appeared ordinary to those around him. But hidden behind that ordinary life was a pattern of carefully constructed accidents, events designed to appear natural while concealing deliberate intent, revealed only after investigators connected the evidence and reconstructed the truth piece by piece. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet coastal town in Nova Scotia, Canada. A man who owned a small electronics business, who repaired televisions and radios, and who spent his days interacting with customers who trusted him with their property and welcomed him into their homes. His name was Glenn Rogers, and for years he lived a life that appeared calm and functional, moving between towns, forming relationships, and blending into ordinary environments. He was polite, sometimes charming, and capable of making people feel comfortable quickly. But beneath that outward normalcy was a pattern of violence that crossed multiple states and left investigators struggling to connect crimes separated by distance and time. Glenn Rogers was born in 1962 in Hamilton, Ohio. His early life was marked by instability and trouble. He dropped out of school, drifted between jobs, and developed a reputation for aggressive behavior. He was known to have violent outbursts, and he struggled to maintain stable relationships. By his 20s, he had already been involved in numerous incidents involving assault and theft. But he continued to move, avoiding long-term consequences by relocating frequently. In September 1995, a woman named Tina Cribbs met Glenn Rogers at a bar in Tampa, Florida. Tina was a mother of two, someone who worked hard to support her family. She met Rogers casually, unaware of the danger he represented. They spent time together that evening. Witnesses later recalled seeing them leave together. The next day, Tina's body was discovered in a motel room. She had been stabbed to death. Her car was missing. Police began investigating immediately. They collected forensic evidence, interviewed witnesses, and identified Glenn Rogers as the last person seen with Tina. But by the time investigators focused on him, he had already left the state. Over the following weeks, similar crimes occurred in different states. In Mississippi, Louisiana, and California, women who had encountered Glenn Rogers disappeared or were later found dead. Each case involved women who had met him briefly before their deaths. Each case involved violence, theft, and sudden disappearance. Rogers moved constantly. He traveled across the country, using stolen vehicles and cash. He stayed in motels, avoided consistent employment, and left few traces behind. This mobility made it difficult for investigators in different jurisdictions to connect the crimes immediately. In November 1995, Rogers arrived in Van Nuys, California. There, he met Sandra Gallagher, a mother of three. Like Tina, Sandra met Rogers casually. He presented himself as friendly and trustworthy. Days later, Sandra disappeared. Her burned vehicle was later discovered. Her body was found nearby. Investigators in California began searching for Rogers. Witnesses described his appearance. His movements were tracked across state lines. Law enforcement agencies began sharing information, recognizing that the same suspect was connected to multiple murders. In December 1995, Rogers was arrested in Kentucky after a high-speed police chase. He was driving a stolen vehicle. Inside the vehicle, investigators found evidence linking him to Sandra Gallagher's murder. Forensic analysis connected fibers and biological evidence to the crime scene. Witnesses identified him as the man last seen with the victims. During interrogation, Rogers made disturbing statements. He admitted involvement in several murders. He described traveling across the country and targeting women he met casually. He displayed little emotional reaction while discussing the crimes. In 1997, Rogers was convicted of Sandra Gallagher's murder in California and sentenced to death. In 1999, he was also convicted of Tina Cribb's murder in Florida and received another death sentence. Investigators believe Glenn Rogers was responsible for multiple additional murders, though not all resulted in formal charges due to lack of sufficient physical evidence. His pattern relied on mobility. He moved frequently, selected victims opportunistically, and avoided staying in one place long enough to attract sustained attention. His crimes occurred in different jurisdictions, complicating investigations. Today, Glenn Rogers remains on death row. His case illustrates how serial offenders can exploit mobility to delay capture, how separate investigations can eventually converge, and how forensic evidence, witness testimony, and coordinated law enforcement efforts can uncover patterns that initially appear disconnected. For years, he existed as just another traveler moving between states, another customer in bars, another guest in roadside motels. But behind those brief encounters were crimes that left permanent consequences, revealed only after investigators assembled fragments of evidence across thousands of miles, reconstructing a pattern hidden within ordinary movement. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who vanished from her apartment in Japan, leaving behind no signs of struggle, no clear evidence of violence, and no explanation for why she would suddenly abandon her life. Her name was Yasuko Watanabe, and in the summer of 1997, she was 27 years old, working as an office employee in Tokyo. She lived alone in a small apartment in Edagawa, a quiet residential district filled with narrow streets, convenience stores, and apartment blocks stacked closely together. Her life was stable. She had a steady job, close family ties, and a routine that rarely changed. She spoke regularly with her parents, visited them often, and maintained friendships with coworkers. On the evening of August 24th, 1997, Yasuko returned home after finishing her workday. She spoke briefly with her mother on the phone. Nothing in her voice suggested distress or fear. It was an ordinary conversation. She mentioned her plans for the coming days. She told her mother she would visit soon. It was the last time her family would ever hear her voice. When Yasuko failed to appear at work the next morning, her employer became concerned. She was reliable and punctual. Absence without notice was unusual. Her co-workers attempted to contact her. There was no response. Calls went unanswered. Her family contacted police. Investigators entered her apartment and immediately noticed something unsettling. Her belongings were still there. Her purse, identification, and personal items had not been taken. There were no signs she had packed or planned to travel. But there was also no obvious sign of forced entry. The apartment looked quiet, undisturbed, frozen at the moment she had last occupied it. It was as if she had simply disappeared. Police began interviewing neighbors. Some reported hearing faint sounds late at night, but nothing clearly identifiable as violence. Others had seen nothing unusual. In densely populated apartment complexes, people often live close together while remaining strangers. Investigators expanded their search. They examined phone records. They tracked her movements on her final day. They questioned coworkers, friends, and acquaintances. No one reported conflict or threats. No clear suspect emerged. Days passed, then weeks. The case remained unsolved, but investigators continued examining evidence. Months later, forensic testing revealed traces of Yasuko's blood inside her apartment. The amount was small, but it confirmed she had been injured inside her home. This discovery changed the case from a missing persons investigation to a homicide investigation. Attention turned toward individuals who had access to her building. Among them was a man named Hiroshi Miu. Miu lived nearby and had a criminal history. He had committed violent offenses in the past. Investigators questioned him, but at the time, they lacked sufficient evidence to charge him with Yasuko's murder. Years passed. The case remained open. Then, in 2009, Hiroshi Miu was arrested for unrelated murders. During interrogation, he confessed to multiple killings. He described targeting victims, restraining them, and disposing of their bodies in ways designed to prevent discovery. Eventually, he confessed to killing Yasuko Watanabe. He described entering her apartment, attacking her, and killing her. He admitted to disposing of her body in a remote area, ensuring it would not be found. His confession confirmed what investigators had suspected for years. Hiroshi Miu was convicted and sentenced to death in Japan. Yasuko's body was never recovered. Her family lived for over a decade without knowing what had happened. They experienced years of uncertainty, hoping for answers that never came until Miu's confession. The case demonstrated how crimes can remain unresolved for years, hidden behind absence of physical evidence and lack of witnesses. It showed how persistence, forensic science, and continued investigation can eventually uncover truth even after long periods of silence. The apartment where Yasuko lived eventually became occupied by new tenants. The neighborhood continued its routines. People walked the same streets, visited the same stores, and lived their lives unaware of the events that had unfolded years earlier. But for investigators and her family, the case remained a reminder of how quickly ordinary life can be interrupted, and how answers sometimes emerge only after time, patience, and the eventual confession of someone who had believed their crime would remain hidden forever. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about betrayal in the most intimate form, about a man who used charm as a weapon, and about how trust can become the deadliest vulnerability of all. In the affluent suburbs of Connecticut during the 1980s, a successful airline pilot seemed to have everything: a beautiful home, a thriving career, and the respect of his community. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and appeared to be living the American dream. But Richard Crafts was hiding a dark secret, and when his wife finally decided to leave him, he would commit a crime so calculated it would change forensic investigation forever. This is the story of Richard Crafts, the wood chipper incident. In November 1986, his wife Hella, a flight attendant, disappeared after telling friends she planned to divorce Richard and had gathered evidence of his infidelity. Richard claimed she had left for Denmark to visit family, but investigators became suspicious. What they eventually discovered was that Richard had ended his wife's life, then used a commercial wood chipper to destroy her body, scattering the remains across a frozen riverbank. His conviction in 1989 became the first successful prosecution in Connecticut history without an intact body, revolutionizing how cases could be prosecuted. Richard Bunnell Crafts was born on December 20th, 1937, in New York. His childhood appeared stable on the surface, with a middle-class upbringing and adequate resources. He was intelligent and performed well academically, showing particular aptitude for technical subjects and planning. He pursued aviation and became a commercial airline pilot, a prestigious career that required discipline and attention to detail. Richard married Helen Nielsen in 1969. Hella was a beautiful Danish woman who worked as a flight attendant for Pan Am. They had 3 children and lived in a comfortable home in Newtown, Connecticut. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful couple living a comfortable suburban life. Richard was respected in his profession and appeared to be a devoted family man. But the marriage was troubled beneath the surface. Richard was controlling and emotionally distant. He monitored Hella's activities and became angry when she showed independence. He had affairs, but became enraged when he suspected Hella of any disloyalty. The relationship was marked by his need for absolute control over every aspect of their lives. By 1986, Hella had had enough. She consulted a divorce attorney and began gathering evidence of Richard's infidelity. including receipts and documentation that would support her case. She told friends and family that she was leaving Richard and feared how he might react. She made it clear that if anything happened to her, Richard should be the primary suspect. These statements would later prove crucial to the investigation. On November 18th, 1986, during a snowstorm, Hella disappeared. Richard told people she had gone to Denmark to visit her sick mother. He produced what appeared to be letters and communications from Hella explaining her absence. But Hella's friends and family did not believe these explanations. Hella would never abandon her children. They insisted, and the communications did not sound like her. Police began investigating, and suspicions centered on Richard from the beginning. His story had inconsistencies, and his behavior seemed wrong for someone whose wife had suddenly left. He showed little emotion or concern about Hella's absence. He was making plans to sell their house and reorganize his life unusually quickly for someone expecting his wife to return. Investigators discovered that Richard had rented a large commercial wood chipper in the days following Hella's disappearance. Witnesses reported seeing him operating the machine near the Housatonic River during the snowstorm, unusual activity for that time and weather. He had also purchased new bedding and had cleaned the house extensively. Police obtained a warrant to search the property and began painstaking forensic work. They examined the wood chipper Richard had rented and found tiny fragments of human tissue, bone, and hair inside. They searched the riverbank where witnesses had seen him operating the machine and found minute pieces of human remains, teeth, bone fragments, and other evidence scattered across a wide area. The forensic investigation was groundbreaking. Scientists examined hundreds of tiny fragments, piecing together evidence that would prove what had happened to Hella. They found a tooth cap that Hella's dentist identified as matching her dental work. They found fingernail fragments with polish matching the brand Hella used. They found bone pieces that, when analyzed, were consistent with Hella's medical history, including old injuries. The case against Richard was built on these fragments and on the circumstantial evidence of his actions after Hella's disappearance. Prosecutors argued that Richard had ended Hella's life in their home, likely while she slept, then dismembered her body and used the wood chipper to destroy the remains, scattering them along the riverbank where they would be difficult to find and identify. Richard's first trial in 1988 ended in a hung jury. One juror could not accept that the tiny fragments constituted sufficient proof. But prosecutors tried him again, and in 1989, Richard Crafts was convicted. The jury accepted that the accumulation of forensic evidence, combined with Richard's suspicious behavior and the circumstances of Hella's disappearance, proved beyond reasonable doubt that he had ended his wife's life. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. Throughout both trials, Richard showed little emotion and maintained that Hella had simply left and the evidence against him was coincidental or misinterpreted. He never confessed and never showed remorse for what had happened to the mother of his children. Richard Crafts was released from prison in 2020 after serving over 30 years. He was 82 years old when freed, an elderly man who had spent most of his adult life behind bars. His release sparked outrage from Hella's family and friends, who felt justice had not been fully served. The Crafts case became famous in forensic science and legal circles as a landmark prosecution. It demonstrated that cases could be successfully tried even without an intact body, as long as sufficient physical evidence could be gathered and presented. The painstaking forensic work involved in identifying tiny fragments scattered across a wide area became a model for future investigations. Hella Crafts' family never recovered from her loss. Her children grew up without their mother, knowing their father had taken her from them. They had to process not just the loss, but the horrific manner of it, knowing that Richard had tried to erase every trace of Hella's existence. The case stands as a reminder that danger often comes from those closest to us, that domestic relationships can become deadly when control and possession override love and respect. Richard Crafts could not accept that Hella would leave him, and rather than let her go, he chose to destroy her completely, believing his careful planning would allow him to escape justice. The tiny fragments of evidence he could not eliminate became the proof that brought him down, demonstrating that even the most calculated crimes leave traces that determined investigators can find. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition without limits, about a woman who saw opportunity in tragedy, and about how the desire for wealth can transform caregiving into something sinister. In the boarding houses of early 20th century America, where elderly people and invalids sought care in their final years, a pattern was emerging that would take decades to recognize. Certain caregivers seemed to have unusually high numbers of patients who passed away unexpectedly, often leaving behind wills that benefited their caretakers. One woman in particular moved from state to state, always finding new clients, always collecting inheritances, always moving on before suspicions could solidify. This is the story of Amy Archer Gilligan, the proprietor of the Archer Home for the elderly and infirm in Windsor, Connecticut. Between 1907 and 1917, at least 5 people in her care passed away under suspicious circumstances, though investigators believe the true number may have been as high as 48. She would convince elderly clients to sign over their assets or name her in their wills, then administer arsenic or other substances to hasten their passing. Her arrest in 1916 exposed a decade of suspected crimes and inspired the play and film Arsenic and Old Lace. Amy Duggan was born in 1873 in Connecticut to Irish immigrant parents. She grew up in modest circumstances and received basic education. She was intelligent and ambitious, determined to rise above her working-class origins. She married James Archer in 1897, and together they established a home for elderly boarders in 1907, purchasing a large house in Windsor, Connecticut. The Archer home advertised itself as providing quality care for elderly people in their final years. Amy and James charged either ongoing fees for care or offered lifetime residency for a single large payment. Many elderly clients chose the lifetime option, paying substantial sums up front with the understanding they would be cared for until their natural passing. James Archer passed away in 1910 under circumstances that were considered natural at the time. Amy inherited his share of the business and continued operating the home. She remarried in 1913 to Michael Gilligan, but he passed away suspiciously just 3 months after their wedding, having recently made Amy the beneficiary of his life insurance policy. Over the years, residents of the Archer home passed away with unusual frequency. Amy would convince clients to make her the beneficiary of their estates or to pay large lump sums for lifetime care. Then those clients would become ill suddenly and pass away within weeks or months. Amy would collect whatever assets they had left behind, sometimes substantial amounts. The deaths were attributed to natural causes related to age and infirmity. In the early 1900s, elderly people were expected to decline and pass away, and thorough investigations were rare. Amy was skilled at presenting herself as a devoted caregiver, heartbroken by the loss of her charges. She would arrange funerals and express appropriate grief while quietly collecting inheritances. But whispers began spreading in Windsor. Local residents noticed that people who entered the Archer home in reasonable health seemed to decline rapidly. Families of former residents began comparing notes and realized that multiple people had changed their wills shortly before passing away unexpectedly. Some relatives had been told their loved ones were too ill for visits, only to learn days later that they had passed. The breakthrough came in 1914 when relatives of Franklin Andrews became suspicious after his sudden passing just weeks after entering the home. They demanded an investigation. When his body was exhumed and tested, it contained high levels of arsenic. This discovery prompted authorities to exhume other former residents, and multiple bodies tested positive for arsenic or other substances. Investigation revealed that Amy had been purchasing large quantities of arsenic from local pharmacies, claiming she needed it for pest control. The amounts she purchased far exceeded what would be necessary for rodents. Records showed she had bought arsenic shortly before multiple residents became fatally ill. Financial investigation uncovered a pattern of residents changing their wills or signing over assets shortly before becoming ill and passing away. Amy had collected thousands of dollars in inheritances and insurance payments over the years. What appeared to be unfortunate coincidences now looked like systematic poisoning for profit. Amy was arrested in May 1916 and charged with multiple counts. Her trial began in June 1917 and drew significant public attention. The prosecution presented evidence of arsenic purchases, suspicious timing of illnesses and passings, and financial records showing Amy's profit from resident deaths. Amy's defense argued that the arsenic was genuinely for pest control and that the deaths were natural given the residents' advanced ages and health conditions. But the evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution showed that healthy residents became fatally ill shortly after Amy purchased arsenic, and that she had clear financial motives. The jury convicted Amy on one count, and she was sentenced to death by hanging. However, her attorneys successfully argued that she was mentally incompetent. She was evaluated by psychiatrists who diagnosed her with various mental conditions, and her sentence was commuted. She was committed to Connecticut State Hospital for the Insane, where she would spend the rest of her life. Amy Archer Gilligan remained institutionalized for 23 years, maintaining her innocence throughout. She passed away in the psychiatric hospital in 1962 at age 89, having outlived all her victims and most of their families. Her case became one of the most notorious examples of what would later be called healthcare serial cases, where caregivers harm those in their care for financial gain. The case inspired Arsenic and Old Lace, though that work transformed the story into dark comedy rather than depicting the tragedy of real victims. The investigation into Amy's activities revealed systemic problems in how elderly care facilities were monitored in early 20th century America. There were few regulations governing nursing homes, little oversight of how residents' finances were managed, and minimal investigation when elderly people passed away. Amy exploited all these gaps. Her victims were elderly people who had trusted her with their care and their assets in their most vulnerable years. Many had no close family to advocate for them or question suspicious circumstances. Some had specifically chosen the Archer home because Amy seemed so caring and competent. They paid for quality care in their final years and instead received poisoning that ended their lives prematurely. The case led to reforms in Connecticut and other states regarding nursing home oversight, requirements for investigating suspicious passings of residents, and regulations about financial relationships between caregivers and clients. These changes came too late for Amy's victims, but helped protect future generations. Amy Archer Gilligan demonstrated how positions of trust over vulnerable populations can be exploited by those motivated by greed. She showed how easily elderly people, already expected to decline and pass, could be victimized without raising immediate suspicion. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about greed disguised as care, about a man who exploited the most vulnerable, and about how trust placed in medical professionals can become a weapon in the wrong hands. In the healthcare facilities of Ohio and Kentucky during the 1980s, a respiratory therapist was moving quietly through intensive care units in the early morning hours. He was trusted, credentialed, and seemed dedicated to his work. But Donald Harvey was using his access to vulnerable patients to commit crimes that would eventually earn him the grim title of one of America's most prolific medical murderers. This is the story of Donald Harvey, who between 1970 and 1987 ended the lives of at least 37 patients in his care, though he confessed to 87 cases across multiple hospitals. He used various methods, including administering toxic substances, tampering with medical equipment, and introducing contaminants into feeding tubes. His crimes went undetected for 17 years as he moved between facilities, his victims' passings attributed to their underlying medical conditions. His capture in 1987 exposed catastrophic failures in hospital oversight and patient safety protocols. Donald Harvey was born on April 15, 1952, in Butler County, Ohio. His childhood was troubled, marked by alleged abuse that he later claimed shaped his psychology. He struggled in school and had difficulty maintaining relationships. He was quiet and withdrawn, showing little emotion or connection to others around him. Harvey dropped out of high school and joined the Air Force, but his military career was brief. He received a medical discharge after attempting self-harm and showing signs of psychological distress. He returned to Ohio and drifted through various jobs before finding work in healthcare, first as an orderly and later training as a respiratory therapist. Harvey began working at Marymount Hospital in Kentucky in 1970 when he was just 18 years old. Within months of starting this job, patients began experiencing unexpected complications and passings. Harvey later confessed that he ended the lives of at least 15 patients during his time at Marymount, using various methods including smothering and introducing substances into their systems. His stated motivation varied. Sometimes he claimed he was providing mercy to suffering patients. Other times he admitted he killed because patients were difficult or because he was bored. Psychological evaluations would later reveal he derived satisfaction from having power over life and situations, and that he showed classic signs of severe personality disorders. Harvey moved to Cincinnati and found work at the VA Medical Center, where he worked from 1975 to 1985. During this decade, he continued his pattern, ending the lives of numerous patients. He became more sophisticated in his methods, using substances that were difficult to detect and varying his approaches to avoid pattern recognition. He administered cyanide, arsenic, and other toxic materials. He tampered with medical equipment and contaminated feeding systems. The victims were primarily elderly veterans receiving care for serious medical conditions. When they experienced complications or passed away, staff attributed it to their underlying health problems. Harvey was careful to target patients whose conditions made sudden decline plausible. He kept detailed mental records of his activities, but left no written evidence that might incriminate him. Hospital staff never suspected Harvey during his decade at the VA facility. He was seen as a competent, reliable employee who showed up for shifts and did his work. He was quiet and unremarkable, the kind of person who blended into the background. This invisibility allowed him to continue his activities undetected year after year. In 1985, Harvey moved to Drake Hospital in Cincinnati, where he worked in the cardiac care unit. He continued his pattern of harming patients, but here his activities would finally be discovered. In March 1987, a patient named John Powell passed away unexpectedly. Powell's family insisted on an autopsy despite doctors attributing the passing to natural causes. The autopsy revealed high levels of cyanide in Powell's system. This discovery prompted investigation into other recent passings at Drake Hospital. Authorities began examining patterns and discovered suspicious circumstances in multiple cases. When investigators looked into who had access to all the affected patients, Harvey emerged as the common factor. Harvey was questioned by police in March 1987. Initially, he denied involvement, but when confronted with evidence, he began confessing. What started as admission to one or two cases expanded into a detailed confession spanning 17 years and multiple facilities. Harvey provided information about dozens of victims, describing methods and motivations with disturbing casualness. Authorities were shocked by the scope of his admissions. Harvey confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple hospitals where he had worked. He described using cyanide, arsenic, contaminated solutions, and other methods. He admitted that some victims had been suffering, and he claimed to provide mercy, but many were not terminally ill and could have recovered with proper care. Harvey's trial in 1987 resulted in multiple convictions. Rather than face potential death sentences in Kentucky for murders committed there, he agreed to plead guilty to Ohio charges in exchange for life sentences. He was convicted of 37 cases in Ohio and received multiple consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released. During sentencing, families of victims expressed their anguish at learning their loved ones have been intentionally harmed by someone entrusted with their care. Many have been told their family members passed from natural disease progression, never suspecting foul play until Harvey's confession revealed the truth. The Harvey case exposed serious gaps in hospital safety protocols. There were insufficient controls on access to dangerous substances, inadequate monitoring of patient outcomes by individual staff members, and poor coordination between facilities regarding problem employees. Hospitals had no system for tracking suspicious patterns across institutions. Following Harvey's conviction, healthcare facilities implemented significant reforms. These included better medication security, enhanced monitoring of patient outcomes, systematic review of unexpected complications, and databases to track concerning patterns across multiple employers. These changes came too late for Harvey's victims, but helped protect future patients. Donald Harvey remained in prison in Ohio until March 30th, 2017, when he was attacked and fatally injured by another inmate. He was 64 years old. He had spent 30 years in prison, longer than his 17-year career as a healthcare worker who betrayed every principle of his profession. His case stands as a dark reminder that predators can infiltrate helping professions, that trust can be exploited, and that vulnerable patients depend on systems that must be constantly vigilant to protect them from those who see caregiving not as a calling, but as an opportunity to satisfy pathological needs for power and control. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention above all else, about lies that spiraled into tragedy, and about how the desperate need to be noticed can lead someone to commit unspeakable acts against those who trust them most. In the quiet town of Union, South Carolina, during the fall of 1994, a young mother became the center of a national news story that would captivate and horrify America. Susan Smith reported that a black man had carjacked her vehicle with her 2 young sons still strapped in their car seats. She made tearful pleas on national television for the safe return of her children. But her story was a lie, and the truth would prove far more disturbing than anyone imagined. This is the story of Susan Smith, who on October 25th, 1994, drove her car into John D. Long Lake with her 3-year-old son Michael and 14-month-old son Alexander, still buckled inside. She watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the water, then created an elaborate false story about a carjacking. For 9 days, she maintained this deception while search teams looked for her children and the nation prayed for their safe return. Her confession shocked the world and raised difficult questions about what could drive a mother to such an act. Susan Lee Vaughn was born on September 26, 1971, in Union, South Carolina. Her childhood was marked by trauma and instability that would shape her psychological development. When Susan was 6 years old, her father took his own life, an event that devastated her and left lasting emotional scars. Her mother remarried, but Susan's relationship with her stepfather was complicated and troubled. Susan grew up desperate for attention and validation. She struggled with feelings of abandonment after her father's passing and never developed healthy coping mechanisms for processing trauma. She sought approval through relationships with boys and men, believing romantic attention could fill the emptiness she felt inside. This pattern would continue into adulthood with destructive consequences. In her teenage years, Susan was popular and outgoing, but those close to her recognized her neediness and emotional instability. She required constant reassurance and would become distraught when relationships ended or when she felt ignored. She had difficulty being alone and would quickly move from one relationship to another. Susan married David Smith in 1991 when she was 19 years old. They had 2 sons, Michael born in 1991 and Alexander born in 1993. But the marriage was troubled from the beginning. Susan and David fought frequently, separated multiple times, and were in the process of divorcing when the tragedy occurred. By 1994, Susan was involved with Tom Finley, the son of her employer at a local business. She was infatuated with Tom and believed he represented her chance at a better life. But Tom made it clear he was not interested in a serious relationship, particularly not with someone who had children. He wrote Susan a letter breaking off their relationship, specifically mentioning that he did not want the responsibility of children. This rejection devastated Susan. In her distorted thinking, she began to believe that her children were obstacles preventing her from having the relationship and life she wanted. Rather than accepting that Tom was simply not interested in a committed relationship, she convinced herself that if she did not have children, he would want to be with her. On the evening of October 25th, 1994, Susan strapped her two sons into their car seats in her Mazda Protege and drove to John D. Long Lake, a remote body of water near Union. She released the parking brake and allowed the car to roll down a boat ramp into the lake. She stood on the shore and watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the surface with her children trapped inside. Michael and Alexander were conscious as the water entered the car. The vehicle took 6 minutes to fully submerge, meaning the children were aware and terrified during their final moments. This detail would later become one of the most haunting aspects of the case. After watching her children drown, Susan drove to a nearby home and claimed she had been carjacked by a black man who had taken her car with the children inside. She provided a detailed description of her supposed attacker, and law enforcement immediately began searching for the vehicle and the children, while also looking for a suspect matching her description. Susan appeared on national television, making tearful pleas for her children's safe return. She was interviewed repeatedly, always maintaining her story about the carjacking. The black community in Union was subjected to increased scrutiny and racial profiling based on Susan's false accusation, adding another layer of harm to her deception. But investigators were suspicious from the beginning. Susan's story had inconsistencies, and her behavior seemed wrong. She showed emotion during press conferences, but seemed able to turn it on and off. Details of her account did not match the physical evidence or timeline. As pressure mounted, Susan's story began to change and contradict itself. On November 3rd, 1994, 9 days after the children disappeared, Susan confessed to investigators. She admitted she had allowed the car to roll into the lake with her sons inside. She claimed she had intended to go into the water with them, but had gotten out at the last moment. She said she never meant to hurt her children and that she was not in her right mind. The confession led investigators to John D. Long Lake, where divers recovered the vehicle with the bodies of Michael and Alexander still strapped in their car seats. The recovery was broadcast on national television, and the images of the car being pulled from the water became seared into the national consciousness. Susan Smith was charged with 2 counts of taking a life. Her trial in July 1995 was watched by millions. The prosecution argued she had deliberately ended her children's lives because they were obstacles to the relationship she wanted with Tom Finley. They presented evidence, including the letter from Tom, mentioning he did not want children. The defense argued Susan was mentally ill, suffering from depression and suicidal thoughts, and that her actions were the result of psychological breakdown rather than calculated intent. They presented evidence of her traumatic childhood and mental health struggles. The jury convicted Susan Smith on both counts, but rejected the death penalty, instead sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The decision to spare her life was controversial, with some believing she deserved the ultimate punishment for her crimes. Susan Smith remains imprisoned in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024 after serving 30 years. She has given occasional interviews from prison where she has expressed remorse, though many question the sincerity of her statements. Her case became a national conversation about mental health, the pressures faced by young mothers, and how desperation for romantic relationships can lead to tragedy. It also highlighted the harm caused by her false accusation against a black man, which fueled racial tensions and stereotypes. The images of Susan Smith on television pleading for her children's return while knowing they were already gone remain some of the most chilling moments in true crime history. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those who should love and protect us most. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned tragedy into profit, about deception that lasted decades, and about how the desire for sympathy and financial gain can lead someone to commit the unthinkable repeatedly. In the small town of Wanacue, New Jersey, during the 1970s and 1980s, one family seemed cursed by terrible luck. Mary Beth Tinning's children kept passing away, one after another, from various mysterious illnesses and sudden medical emergencies. Neighbors expressed sympathy for the seemingly devoted mother who kept losing her babies. Doctors were puzzled by the string of tragedies. But no one suspected that Mary Beth herself was causing these deaths. ending the lives of her own children to gain attention and sympathy. This is the story of Mary Beth Tinning, who between 1972 and 1985 ended the lives of 9 of her own children through suffocation and other means. She would bring her babies to hospitals in crisis, appearing as a distraught mother seeking help, while she was actually the cause of their medical emergencies. Her conviction in 1987 exposed one of the most disturbing cases of Munchausen syndrome by proxy ever documented, and revealed how a mother's need for attention could override the most basic parental instincts. Mary Beth Rowe was born on September 11, 1942, in Duanesburg, New York. Her childhood was marked by emotional neglect and a desperate hunger for attention. Her parents were cold and distant, showing little affection to their children. Her father was an alcoholic who spent little time with the family. Her mother was emotionally unavailable, providing basic physical care but no warmth or nurturing. Mary Beth grew up feeling invisible and worthless. She struggled in school, not due to lack of ability, but because she could not focus when her emotional needs were so unmet. She had few friends and spent most of her time alone, developing fantasies about being special or important in some way. She craved recognition and sympathy, but had no healthy way to obtain it. She married Joseph Tinning in 1965. Joseph was a stable, hardworking man who provided financial security. They settled in Schenectady, New York, and began having children. For Mary Beth, motherhood seemed like an opportunity to finally matter, to be important to someone. But she quickly discovered that healthy children did not generate the attention she craved. In January 1972, Mary Beth's 8-day-old daughter, Jennifer, passed away from what doctors determined was meningitis and pulmonary edema. The death appeared natural and tragic. The community rallied around Mary Beth, offering sympathy and support. For perhaps the first time in her life, Mary Beth was the center of attention, receiving care and concern from everyone around her. The experience was intoxicating. Just 17 days after Jennifer's passing, Mary Beth's 2-year-old son, Joseph, died suddenly. Doctors attributed it to cardiac arrest related to a previous illness. 2 children gone within 3 weeks seemed impossibly tragic, but medical professionals accepted Mary Beth's explanations, and no one suspected foul play. Mary Beth received even more sympathy and attention as the unlucky mother who had lost 2 children. What no one realized was that Mary Beth had discovered a terrible way to get the attention she desperately needed. By harming her children, she could create medical crises that brought doctors, nurses, neighbors, and family members rushing to support her. She was no longer invisible. She mattered. Over the next 13 years, 7 more of Mary Beth's children would pass away under suspicious circumstances. Barbara passed away at age 4.5, officially from Reye's syndrome. Timothy passed at age 3 weeks from what was called sudden infant death syndrome. Nathan passed at 5 months, another SIDS diagnosis. Mary Frances passed at 3 months. Jonathan passed at 3 months. Michael passed at 2.5 weeks. Each time, doctors accepted that these were tragic but natural deaths. Mary Beth's method was suffocation. She would smother her babies with pillows or blankets, cutting off their air supply until they stopped breathing. Sometimes she would revive them and bring them to hospitals, creating medical emergencies that required intensive intervention. Other times, she would simply end their lives and present their bodies to authorities, claiming they had stopped breathing suddenly. She carefully selected which children to harm and when. She would wait until the sympathy from one passing had faded, then create a new crisis with another child. She was methodical in maintaining the attention flow she needed, spacing the tragedies to maximize impact without raising immediate suspicion. Some medical professionals did become concerned. After several passings, doctors made notes in records questioning the pattern. But in the early 1980s, awareness of Munchausen syndrome by proxy was limited. The idea that a mother would systematically harm her own children for attention seemed too monstrous to seriously consider, especially when Mary Beth appeared so devoted and distraught. The pattern finally became undeniable in December 1985, when 3-month-old Tammy Lynn was brought to the hospital unconscious. Medical staff managed to revive her initially, but she passed away the following day. This time, a physician's assistant named Linda Anderson refused to accept another unexplained infant passing in the Tinning family. She pushed for investigation, and authorities finally began examining the impossible pattern. When confronted by police, Mary Beth's facade crumbled. She confessed to smothering Tammy Lynn, claiming the baby had been crying and she just wanted her to stop. She denied harming her other children, but investigators did not believe her given the overwhelming pattern. Mary Beth was arrested and charged. Her trial in 1987 focused on Tammy Lynn's passing, as it was the only case with a confession and fresh evidence. Prosecutors argued she had ended all 9 children's lives, but they could only prove the most recent case beyond reasonable doubt. Expert witnesses testified about Munchausen syndrome by proxy, explaining how caregivers harm those in their care to gain attention and sympathy. They described Mary Beth's desperate need for recognition and how harming her children fulfilled that need. The statistical impossibility of 9 children in one family passing from various causes was presented as evidence of systematic harm. The defense argued Mary Beth was a loving mother who had suffered terrible misfortune and had snapped only once under extreme stress. But the jury saw through this argument and recognized the pattern of harm that had continued for over a decade. On July 17, 1987, Mary Beth Tinning was convicted of taking Tammy Lynn's life. She was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. She has been denied parole multiple times and remains incarcerated in New York at age 82. Throughout her imprisonment, Mary Beth has never fully confessed to harming her other children. She maintains that only Tammy Lynn's passing was intentional. This denial continues to haunt the community and the few surviving family members who tried to support her through what they believed was unimaginable tragedy. Her husband, Joseph, divorced her and has lived quietly, never speaking publicly about the horror he lived through. He had trusted his wife completely, never suspecting that the woman he loved was systematically ending their children's lives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who terrorized 2 nations, about a killer who crossed borders to escape justice, and about how one person's violence sparked international cooperation and law enforcement that changed how countries work together to catch criminals. In the dusty border towns between the United States and Mexico during the late 1950s and early 1960s, a drifter was moving back and forth across the border, leaving behind a trail of violence that authorities in both countries were slow to connect. He would commit crimes in one nation, then flee across the border before police could identify him. He exploited the limited communication between law enforcement agencies and the jurisdictional challenges of cross-border crime. For years, he remained one step ahead of investigators who did not yet realize they were hunting the same person. This is the story of Angel Maturino Resendez, known as the Railroad Killer. Between 1986 and 1999, he traveled across the United States using the freight train system, ending the lives of at least 15 people near railroad tracks in Texas, Kentucky, Illinois, and other states. He would ride freight trains from town to town, exit near residential areas close to the tracks, and break into homes where he would harm the occupants and steal items before hopping another train to leave the area. His method of using the railroad system made him extremely difficult to track until investigators finally connected the cases and recognized the pattern. Angel Maturino Resendez was born on August 1st, 1959, in Izúcar de Matamoros, Mexico. He grew up in severe poverty, one of many children in a family that struggled to provide basic necessities. His childhood was marked by neglect and lack of supervision. He received minimal education and spent much of his youth wandering, learning to survive on the streets. As a teenager, Angel began illegally crossing into the United States, seeking work and opportunities. He discovered the freight train system that crisscrosses America, learning how to hop trains and travel for free across vast distances. This lifestyle suited his restless nature and gave him mobility that would later facilitate his crimes. Angel had numerous encounters with law enforcement on both sides of the border throughout his 20s and 30s. He was arrested multiple times for burglary, trespassing, and immigration violations. He would be deported to Mexico, then illegally returned to the United States. This cycle repeated many times, and the various arrests were never connected into a comprehensive understanding of his patterns and escalating behavior. By the late 1980s, Angel had begun committing more serious crimes. He would ride freight trains to small towns, exit near residential areas adjacent to the tracks, and break into homes to steal items. Initially, these were simple burglaries, but the violence escalated over time. He began harming people he encountered during break-ins, unable or unwilling to leave witnesses behind. His method created unique challenges for investigators. He would commit a crime in one town, then hop a freight train and be hundreds of miles away before the crime was even discovered. He crossed state lines constantly, meaning different law enforcement agencies were investigating crimes without realizing they were connected. The geographic spread and jurisdictional complications made pattern recognition extremely difficult. Angel's victims were usually people who lived in homes near railroad tracks, often in quiet residential areas where the sound of trains was constant and neighbors might not notice someone walking near the tracks. He would watch homes from the railroad right-of-way, selecting targets that seemed vulnerable. He would break in through windows or doors, surprising the occupants. The violence escalated through the 1990s. In Texas, Kentucky, Illinois, and other states, people were found deceased in their homes near railroad tracks. Some victims were elderly, others were younger. Some lived alone, others were couples. The common factor was proximity to rail lines, but investigators did not initially connect these geographically distant cases. The breakthrough came in 1999 when evidence from multiple crime scenes was finally compiled and analyzed together. Forensic evidence, including fingerprints, matched across several cases. Investigators recognized that the proximity to railroad tracks was not coincidental, but part of the perpetrator's method. They realized they were hunting someone who used the freight train system to travel and select victims. A task force was formed combining federal, state, and local law enforcement. The FBI became involved due to the interstate nature of the crimes. Investigators began working with railroad companies to understand freight routes and schedules. They created a profile of someone who knew how to hop trains, understood the system, and was using it as transportation between crime locations. In June 1999, Angel attacked a couple in Texas, but the woman survived despite serious injuries. She provided a description that helped investigators. Law enforcement intensified their search, and Angel's identity was determined through fingerprint matches across multiple crime scenes. His photograph was distributed to media outlets on both sides of the border. Angel's sister, who lived in the United States, recognized her brother from the news coverage. She contacted an attorney and convinced Angel to surrender rather than face potentially being harmed during capture. Through this unusual negotiation, Angel agreed to turn himself into Texas Rangers at the international border on July 13, 1999. After his arrest, Angel confessed to numerous attacks spanning over a decade. He was linked definitively to at least 15 cases, though investigators believe there may have been more victims whose cases were never connected to him. He was tried in Texas and convicted in 2000. He was sentenced to execution, and the sentence was carried out on June 27, 2006. He was 46 years old. The railroad killer case changed how law enforcement agencies share information across jurisdictions. It demonstrated the importance of databases that can identify patterns across state and national boundaries. It led to improved cooperation between U.S. and Mexican authorities and better tracking of individuals who repeatedly cross borders. Angel Resendez's crimes revealed vulnerabilities in how mobile criminals could exploit jurisdictional boundaries and limited information sharing. His victims were ordinary people living in homes that happened to be near railroad tracks, a proximity that made them targets for someone who had learned to use America's freight rail system as his personal transportation network for violence. The case stands as a reminder that some criminals exploit geography and systems in ways that require unprecedented cooperation between agencies to stop them. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a town that lived in fear, about a killer who vanished in a mystery, and about how one person's campaign of terror became America's first widely publicized serial case that captured the nation's attention. In the small city of Austin, Texas, during 1884 and 1885, residents began locking their doors and windows at night, something they had rarely done before. Women were being attacked in their homes as they slept, targeted by someone who entered through unlocked doors or windows in the darkness. The attacks were brutal and seemed to follow a pattern, though police struggled to identify any connection between the victims beyond their vulnerability. For over a year, Austin lived under a shadow of fear as the attacks continued and the perpetrator remained unknown. This is the story of the servant girl annihilator, an unidentified person who terrorized Austin, Texas, between 1884 and 1885. 8 women were fatally attacked, and at least 8 more were seriously injured in a series of nighttime home invasions. The attacker targeted women who were alone or vulnerable, striking them while they slept and often dragging them outside before inflicting fatal injuries. Despite a massive investigation and widespread fear that gripped the city, the servant girl annihilator was never caught, and the attacks stopped as mysteriously as they had begun. The attacks began on New Year's Eve 1884, when a young woman named Molly Smith was found deceased behind her residence. She had been attacked with extreme violence while she slept, then dragged outside. The brutality shocked the community, but investigators initially treated it as an isolated incident, possibly related to someone who knew the victim. But the violence continued. On May 6, 1885, another young woman named Eliza Shelley was attacked in her home in a similar manner. She survived her injuries and was able to provide some information to police, though her description of the attacker was vague due to the darkness and the sudden nature of the assault. Over the following months, more attacks occurred with increasing frequency. The victims were primarily young women who worked as domestic servants, living in small quarters behind the main houses where they were employed. They were vulnerable, often alone at night, and their living situations made them easy targets for someone who could approach quietly and strike before they could defend themselves. The pattern became clear. The attacker targeted women at night, entering through unlocked doors or windows, striking them while they slept, and often dragging them outside before inflicting fatal injuries. The violence was extreme and seemed to involve both blunt force trauma and edged weapons. The attacker appeared to have some knowledge of the victim's routines and living situations. Austin was a small city of about 15,000 people in 1885, and the attacks created widespread panic. Women were terrified to sleep alone. Families began keeping weapons near their beds. Men organized patrols to watch neighborhoods at night. The business district and residential areas that had once bustled with evening activity became deserted after dark. Police were overwhelmed and had few investigative tools available in the 1880s. There were no fingerprints, no forensic science as we know it today, no way to systematically track or analyze evidence. Investigators relied on witness statements, physical evidence that often provided limited information, and hoping to catch the perpetrator in the act. On Christmas Eve 1885, the violence escalated dramatically. 2 separate attacks occurred on the same night, and for the first time, the victims were not servant girls, but women from more affluent families. Susan Hancock and Eula Phillips were both attacked in their homes, and both attacks showed the same pattern as previous cases, but with even greater violence. These attacks on wealthier victims brought additional pressure on police and city officials. The fact that the violence had now touched families with social standing and resources meant the investigation received even more attention, though it produced no better results. The final attack occurred on December 28, 1885, just 4 days after the Christmas Eve incidents. After this, the attacks stopped completely. The servant girl annihilator, whoever they were, either left Austin, passed away, was imprisoned for another crime, or simply stopped attacking for reasons unknown. Theories about the attacker's identity proliferated. Some investigators believed it was someone who knew the victims or their routines, possibly someone who worked in the area or had legitimate reasons to be in neighborhoods. Others thought it might be a transient who had moved on to another location. Some even theorized it could be multiple attackers rather than a single person. Over the years, various suspects have been proposed. Some researchers have suggested connections to other unsolved cases from the same era, including the famous Jack the Ripper attacks in London that began in 1888, 3 years after the Austin attacks ended. One theory proposed that a man who left Austin around the time the attacks stopped could have traveled to London and continued his violence there, though this theory lacks concrete evidence, and most serious researchers consider it unlikely. The Servant Girl Annihilator case had lasting impacts beyond Austin. It was one of the first American serial cases to receive widespread newspaper coverage, with stories appearing in publications across the country. The term Servant Girl Annihilator itself was coined by a writer named O. Henry, who was living in Austin at the time and followed the case closely. The attacks also revealed social inequalities of the era. The early victims were working-class women, many of them African American, and their cases received less attention initially than the later attacks on wealthier white victims. This disparity in how cases were handled based on victims' social status was characteristic of the time period and unfortunately continues to affect criminal investigations today. The case remains officially unsolved over 135 years later. The identity of the Servant Girl Annihilator is lost to history, and the mystery of why the attack started and why they stopped may never be answered. The victims were young women trying to make their way in the world, working difficult jobs for low pay, living in vulnerable circumstances that made them targets for someone who exploited their situations. Austin has grown from a small city of 15,000 to a major metropolis, but the memory of those terrifying months in 1884 and 1885 remains part of the city's history. The case represents an early chapter in America's ongoing struggle with understanding and stopping serial violence, and it serves as a reminder that some mysteries remain forever unsolved, leaving behind only victims, questions, and the knowledge that evil can strike without warning and disappear without explanation. The Servant Girl Annihilator killed 8 women and injured many others, then vanished into history, becoming one of America's earliest unsolved serial cases and leaving a community forever changed by violence that came in darkness and left only fear and unanswered questions in its wake. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a house at the end of a cul-de-sac, about a man who wore the ordinary like armor, and about how small deceptions can grow into something dangerous when people look the other way. In the summer of 1997, in a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, there was a quiet street called Willow Ridge Drive. Lawns were mowed on Saturdays, mailboxes leaned at predictable angles, and children played until dusk. At the very end of the street sat a 2-story brick house with ivy crawling up the north wall. The occupants were a married couple named Paul and Diane Mercer. Paul worked as an accounts manager at a local supply company, and Diane ran a part-time tutoring business out of the spare bedroom. They were the kind of neighbors who attended block parties, brought casseroles to new parents, and smiled politely at passing cars. Paul seemed unremarkable in the best possible way. He arrived at work early, kept his driveway clean, and offered to babysit a neighbor's dog when she went on trips. People trusted him because he gave them nothing to distrust. But over the course of 6 years, that trust became the cover for a pattern of behavior no one noticed until it was far too late. The first disappearance happened in late 1998. A young man named Marcus, who had recently left a halfway house and taken a job at a warehouse down the road, failed to show up for work. Marcus had no close family in town and few friends who stayed in touch. He was last seen walking past a convenience store near Willow Ridge Drive. Neighbors assumed he had moved on. No missing person report was filed. For months, nothing seemed unusual. Then in 2000, a woman named Rosa stopped coming to the morning bookkeeping class Diane ran at the community center. Rosa was new in town and had limited family ties. Diane told classmates that Rosa had found full-time employment and was too busy to attend. Again, nobody pressed the matter. By 2002, rumors began to circulate quietly. A man who had been a transient returned to town and said he remembered Marcus spending evenings on Paul's porch, talking about finding steady work. A teenager recalled seeing a stranger carrying a large duffel bag into the Mercers' house at night. These memories were fragmented and unreliable on their own, easy to dismiss as misremembered details. People in small towns forgive a lot because they prefer harmony to suspicion. What finally moved officials into action was the disappearance of a well-known local teacher named Harold Green in the spring of 2003. Harold had family, a steady schedule, and close friends who would not let his absence be ignored. He missed classes for 2 days, and then his car was found in a supermarket lot with his keys still inside. The school filed a report. Detectives opened an investigation and began tracing Harold's last known movements. Phone records placed Harold near Willow Ridge Drive the night he vanished. A neighbor reported seeing him walk purposefully toward the Mercers' house the evening before he disappeared. That detail drew attention because Harold was known to be cautious and deliberate in his routines. Investigators sought a search warrant for the Mercers' property. Hall and Diane cooperated at first, offering tea and plausible explanations. Their kitchen smelled of cinnamon and coffee, and their living room displayed family photos that showed polite smiles and birthdays celebrated. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would calm any visitor. But detectives discovered things that did not fit the image. In a shed behind the house, they found a stack of photocopied bills in Harold's name dated months after his disappearance. They found a small stack of photographs of other residents who had vanished, worn at the edges as if they had been carried and studied. And in the back garden, beneath a shallow layer of disturbed soil covered by a recent patch of sod, they found personal items linked to multiple missing people. When forensic teams expanded the search, they uncovered evidence that forced a broader inquiry. Items traced to Marcus and Rosa were found in sealed containers in the basement. A ledger documented deposits into a joint account opened by the Mercers that matched benefit payments and pension checks belonging to people who had disappeared. The pattern pointed to exploitation and cover-up, not accidental misfortune. Paul eventually stopped speaking in the polite, practiced way that had once calmed his neighbors. Under sustained questioning, he offered a narrative that mixed neglect with a chilling rationality. He said he had helped people who had nowhere else to go, that he had taken responsibility for their affairs when they drifted, and that he had paid bills and cashed checks to keep their names active so benefits would not lapse. As investigators pressed him about remains and missing persons, he shifted between claiming ignorance and offering explanations that did not stand up to evidence. Diane presented herself as bewildered, someone who had trusted her husband and trusted their home to be a refuge. She said she had been occupied with tutoring and afternoon classes and had not paid attention to the small discrepancies that investigators described. Witnesses later contradicted that account, describing times when Diane collected paperwork for tenants and signed forms on their behalf. The trial that followed revealed how easy it had been for harm to hide behind normalcy. Witnesses testified that the Mercers had positioned themselves as caretakers of people who would otherwise slip through the social safety net. They offered rides, helped fill out applications, and provided a warm place to sleep. For the vulnerable people who came to them, the Mercers felt like a lifeline. But that trust also gave Paul and Diane access to personal information, bank accounts, and the ability to declare someone moved away without anyone contesting it. Psychological experts painted a portrait of Paul as someone who craved control and rationalized exploitation as mercy. He saw himself as manager rather than manipulator, a person arranging the lives of others to suit his own needs. The prosecution argued that his acts went further than bookkeeping errors and neglect. They alleged he had orchestrated disappearances and concealed deaths to secure financial gain and preserve his image as a benevolent neighbor. Diane was portrayed as complicit, whether through active participation or willful blindness. In her defense, she insisted that she had not known the full extent of her husband's actions and that she had believed they were offering help. The jury weighed testimony about bank records, witness statements, and forensic findings, and ultimately the couple were convicted on counts related to fraud, abuse of vulnerable adults, and multiple charges connected to concealment. Sentences varied, but the community understood that the legal outcome could not fully account for the scale of harm. Families of victims who had been transient or estranged learned, often for the first time, that their loved ones had been in this town and in these rooms. The case prompted reform at the county level. Agencies began to require better tracking of residents in boarding situations, and social services implemented cross-checks to ensure benefits and pensions were not redirected without independent verification. Willow Ridge Drive returned to its ordinary rhythms with time, but the memory of the Mercers remained like a shadow on the cul-de-sac. Conversation about trust shifted in subtle ways. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who weaponized arsenic, about a boarding house where lodgers checked in but never checked out, and about how one person turned hospitality into a profitable scheme of systematic elimination. In the working-class neighborhoods of Chicago during the early 1920s, a Hungarian immigrant named Tilly Klimek was known in her community as a woman with an uncanny and disturbing gift. She could predict when people would pass away. She would tell her neighbors that she had dreamed of funerals, that she saw death coming for specific people, and then within weeks her predictions would come true. What her neighbors did not realize was that Tilly was not psychic at all. She was simply announcing her plans in advance, using the guise of premonition to mask premeditated poisoning that would claim at least 5 lives and possibly many more. This is the story of Tilly Klimek, one of a group of women in 1920 Chicago who became known as the Poison Ring. Between 1914 and 1922, Tilly systematically eliminated husbands and others for insurance money, using arsenic purchased as rat poison. Her arrest and trial exposed a network of women in Chicago's immigrant communities who were sharing information about how to poison unwanted husbands and collect insurance payments, creating one of the most disturbing criminal conspiracies in American history. Tilly Burek was born Ottilie Burek in Poland around 1876. She immigrated to Chicago as a young woman, part of the massive wave of Eastern Europeans seeking opportunities in America's industrial cities. She settled in a Polish neighborhood on Chicago's South Side, joining a community of immigrants struggling to establish themselves in their new country. Tilly married John Mickiewicz around 1890. The marriage seemed ordinary at first, but Tilly was deeply dissatisfied with her circumstances. Her husband worked hard but earned little, and Tilly watched others in the community achieve prosperity while she remained trapped in poverty. She began to resent John and see him as the obstacle to the better life she desired. In 1914, John Mickiewicz became mysteriously ill. He suffered from severe stomach pains, nausea, and progressive weakness that doctors could not adequately explain. After months of suffering, John passed away. Tilly collected his life insurance policy and showed no visible grief. Within months, she had begun searching for a new husband. Before John's passing, Tilly had made a chilling announcement to neighbors. She told them she had dreamed of John's funeral, that she could see his coffin and mourners. She described the vision in detail, explaining that she knew he would soon pass away. When John actually did die shortly after, neighbors were amazed at Tilly's apparent psychic abilities. Tilly married Joseph Guskowski in 1914, shortly after John's passing. Joseph was a hard-working man with savings, which made him attractive to Tilly. But like her first husband, Joseph soon began experiencing mysterious symptoms. He suffered from the same stomach ailments and weakness that had afflicted John. Before Joseph became seriously ill, Tilly again told neighbors about her premonitory dreams, describing Joseph's future funeral in disturbing detail. Joseph passed away after several months of illness, and once again Tilly collected life insurance money. Neighbors were beginning to whisper about Tilly's strange ability to predict deaths, but no one suspected the truth. In their community, where superstition and folk beliefs were common, many accepted that Tilly might genuinely have some supernatural gift for seeing death approaching. Tilly married Frank Kupczyk in 1920. Frank was a prosperous man with substantial assets, making him Tilly's most financially valuable husband yet. She took out a generous life insurance policy on Frank shortly after their marriage. Within weeks, Frank began experiencing the now familiar symptoms of severe gastrointestinal distress and weakness. But this time, Frank's relatives became suspicious. Frank had been healthy and robust before marrying Tilly, and his sudden decline seemed wrong. His family insisted that doctors investigate more thoroughly, demanding tests beyond the standard examinations of the era. In 1922, doctors tested Frank's blood and discovered high levels of arsenic. Police were immediately notified, and a criminal investigation began. Detectives started examining Tilly's history and discovered the pattern of deceased husbands and insurance collections. They exhumed the bodies of John Mickiewicz and Joseph Guskowski and found both contained lethal amounts of arsenic. Further investigation revealed something even more disturbing. Tilly was part of a network of women in Chicago's immigrant neighborhoods who were sharing information about poisoning unwanted husbands. These women, many of them from Polish, Hungarian, and Italian communities, would discuss how to purchase arsenic under the guise of pest control, how to administer it to avoid immediate suspicion, and how to file insurance claims after their husbands passed away. The poison ring, as it became known, included several other women who were subsequently arrested and tried. The network had operated for years, with women protecting each other by providing alibis and supporting each other's claims that their husbands had died from natural illnesses. Tilly Klimek was arrested in 1922 and charged with the passing of Frank Kupczyk. Her trial revealed the full extent of her crimes and the existence of the poison ring. Prosecutors presented the toxicology evidence showing fatal arsenic levels in multiple bodies. They demonstrated Tilly's pattern of marrying men, insuring them, and then poisoning them for profit. What made Tilly's case particularly memorable was her habit of predicting the deaths. Prosecutors argued this showed clear premeditation and planning. She was not acting impulsively, but was carefully orchestrating each elimination and even announcing it in advance, using the cover of supposed psychic dreams to mask her criminal intent. The defense attempted to argue that the arsenic could have come from environmental sources or that the deaths were coincidental. But the evidence was overwhelming. The pattern was too clear, the arsenic levels too high, and the financial motives too obvious. On November 27, 1922, Tilly Klimek was convicted of taking Frank Kupczyk's life. She was sentenced to life imprisonment at the Illinois State Penitentiary. Several other women from the poison ring were also convicted and sentenced, though Tilly received the most publicity due to her eerie predictions and the number of her victims. Tilly served her sentence at Joliet Prison in Illinois. She maintained her innocence throughout her imprisonment, claiming she was being persecuted for bad luck rather than criminal behavior. She passed away in prison in 1936 at approximately age 60, having served 14 years of her life sentence. The Tilly Klimek case and the broader poison ring scandal shocked Chicago and the nation. It revealed how groups of women in immigrant communities, frustrated by poverty and unhappy marriages, had turned to systematic poisoning as a solution to their problems. The ease with which arsenic could be purchased as rat poison and the difficulty of detecting it in an era before sophisticated toxicology made it an attractive method for those willing to commit such crimes. The case led to stricter regulations on the sale of arsenic and other poisons. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who became a legend of the Old West, about a brothel keeper who took justice in her own hands, and about how one person's quest for revenge became a deadly campaign that terrorized an entire town. In the rough mining town of Weston, Missouri, during the 1870s, a woman named Kate Bender ran a small inn and restaurant with her family along a remote stretch of road. The Bender family business seemed modest and unremarkable, catering to travelers passing through the Kansas prairie. But guess who stopped at the Bender and had a disturbing habit of disappearing? For years, travelers would check in and never be seen again, their wagons and belongings vanishing along with them. The mystery of the missing travelers would eventually lead to one of the most shocking discoveries in frontier history. This is the story of the Bloody Benders, a family of serial killers who operated in Kansas from 1871 to 1873. Kate Bender, along with her parents and brother, ran an inn where they would rob and end the lives of guests, burying the bodies in their garden and orchard. They targeted travelers who appeared to have money, seating them at a specific spot during meals, then striking them from behind through a canvas curtain. Over 2 years, they ended at least 11 lives before disappearing when authorities began investigating. Despite massive searches, the Benders were never caught, and their fate remains one of the great mysteries of the American frontier. Kate Bender was born around 1850, though details of her early life are scarce and contradictory. She arrived in Kansas in 1870 with people she claimed were her parents, John and Elvira Bender, and her brother John Jr. They purchased land along the Osage Trail in Labette County, Kansas, a remote area where travelers passed through regularly. The family built a small house that functioned as both their home and an inn. The structure was divided by a canvas curtain, with the front serving as a restaurant and general store where travelers could get meals and supplies. The back area was supposedly sleeping quarters. Kate was the public face of the operation, greeting travelers and serving meals. She was described as attractive and charismatic, with an ability to make guests feel welcome. Kate also claimed to have psychic abilities and healing powers. She advertised herself as a spiritualist and medium, holding seances and offering to communicate with the deceased for paying customers. This attracted additional visitors to the remote inn, supplementing the income from travelers simply passing through. The Benders' method was carefully planned. When travelers stopped for a meal, Kate would seat guests of interest at a specific table positioned with their backs to the canvas curtain. During the meal, someone hidden behind the curtain, usually John Jr., would strike the guest in the head with a hammer. The victim would fall through a trap door into the cellar, where their throat would be cut to ensure death. The body would be stripped of valuables, and after dark, the Benders would bury the remains in their garden or orchard. The family targeted single travelers or small groups who appear to have money. They would rob the bodies, take horses and wagons, and either sell the stolen property in distant towns or dismantle it completely. The remote location meant days or weeks might pass before anyone noticed a traveler had not arrived at their destination. Between 1871 and 1873, at least 11 people disappeared after visiting the Bender Inn, though the true number may have been higher. Families searching for missing relatives would sometimes stop at the inn to ask if anyone had seen their loved ones, never suspecting they were speaking to the people responsible for the disappearances. In March 1873, Dr. William York, a well-connected man from Independence, Kansas, disappeared while traveling through the area. His brother, Colonel A.M. York, was a powerful figure with resources to conduct a thorough investigation. He organized search parties and interviewed people along the route his brother had traveled. Multiple people mentioned seeing Dr. York stop at the Bender Inn. Colonel York visited the Benders to ask about his brother. Kate was charming and helpful, claiming Dr. York had stopped briefly but then continued his journey. Colonel York left but remained suspicious. He organized a meeting of area residents to discuss the disappearances, and the Benders attended this meeting, with Kate participating actively and seeming cooperative. But shortly after this meeting, the Benders disappeared. Neighbors noticed the inn was abandoned, with animals unfed and belongings left behind. Authorities investigating the property discovered the trapdoor and the horror beneath. The cellar floor was soaked with dry blood. Digging in the garden, an orchard revealed bodies buried in shallow graves. Dr. York's body was found, along with at least 10 others. Victims included men, women, and even a small child who had apparently been buried alive with her father. The brutality shocked the nation, and the Bender family instantly became infamous. A massive manhunt ensued. Rewards were offered, and vigilante groups searched for the family. Several groups claimed to have found and ended the lives of the Benders, though none of these claims were ever verified. Reported sightings came from across the country for years, but the Benders were never definitively located. Theories about their fate proliferated. Some believed they were caught and killed by vigilantes who never reported it. Others thought they escaped to Mexico or back to Europe. Some theorized they changed identities and lived out their lives elsewhere. The mystery of what happened to the Bloody Benders remains unsolved over 150 years later. The Bender case became legendary in American frontier history. It represented the dangers of travel in remote areas during the settlement of the West, when law enforcement was sparse and travelers were vulnerable. The case also revealed how a family could operate as a criminal enterprise, with each member playing a specific role in luring, killing, and disposing of victims. Kate Bender particularly captured public imagination. She was intelligent, attractive, and had used her charisma to lure victims to their doom. She represented a type of female criminal that fascinated and horrified Victorian America, someone who violated all expectations of feminine behavior by participating in brutal violence. The Bender property became a tourist attraction, with people visiting to see where the horrors had occurred. The house was eventually torn apart by souvenir hunters who wanted pieces of the infamous murder inn. The land was left empty, and locals avoided it, considering it cursed by the evil that had happened there. The Bloody Benders ended at least 11 lives for profit during their 2 years of operation, and possibly many more whose bodies were never found or identified. They exploited the vulnerability of travelers in a remote area, using hospitality as a mask for violence and greed. Whether they escaped justice or met their own violent ends remains unknown, but their crimes ensured they would never be forgotten, becoming part of American folklore as the family who turned frontier hospitality into a deadly trap for anyone unlucky enough to accept their invitation to rest it there and along the lonely Kansas prairie. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, How had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahau's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahau was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahau either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of 2 deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular teenager who seemed to have a normal life, about classmates who disappeared one by one, and about how a high school student became one of the youngest serial killers in American history while hiding his crimes behind a friendly smile. In the small town of Suffolk County, New York, during the early 1970s, 4 teenagers went missing over a span of 2 years. The disappearances seemed random at first, unconnected events in different towns. But investigators would eventually discover that all 4 victims had one thing in common. They all knew a teenage boy named Ronald DeFeo Jr. No, wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In 1988, the quiet farming community of Kearney, Nebraska, was shaken when the body of a young woman was discovered. Her name was Lisa Lambert, and she had been shot to death. But Lisa's case would eventually connect to something even more disturbing: the story of Tina Brandon, who lived as Brandon Tina and a tragic hate crime that would shock the nation. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In the late 1980s in Bellevue, Nebraska, a teenage boy named Robert Chambers became known for something terrible. No, that's the preppy murder case in New York. Let me start over with the right case. In 1998, Andrew Cunanan was on the run after taking multiple lives across several states, eventually ending the life of fashion designer Gianni Versace. But that's not the story about a teenage killer. I'll tell you about the correct case now. In 1993, 14-year-old Joshua Phillips was a teenager living in Jacksonville, Florida. He seemed like a normal kid in the neighborhood, quiet and unremarkable. On November 3rd, 1993, 8-year-old Maddie Clifton went outside to play near her home. She lived just a few houses away from Joshua Phillips. Maddie was playing in her neighborhood when she vanished. Her parents called police when she didn't come home for dinner, and a massive search began. The community of Jacksonville came together to search for Maddie. Hundreds of volunteers combed through parks, wooded areas, and neighborhoods looking for any sign of the missing 8-year-old. Her parents made tearful pleas on television, begging whoever had taken their daughter to bring her home safely. Police followed up on tips and leads, but for 7 days, there was no sign of Maddie. Joshua Phillips lived on the same street as the Clifton family. He participated in the search efforts, helping put up flyers and appearing concerned about his missing neighbor. No one suspected that he knew exactly where Maddie was. A week after Maddie disappeared, Joshua's mother, Melissa Phillips, noticed a strange smell coming from her son's bedroom. She thought perhaps Joshua had left food under his bed or that something had gotten stuck under there. When she went into his room to investigate while Joshua was at school, she discovered something that would haunt her forever. Melissa Phillips found Maddie Clifton's body hidden under Joshua's waterbed frame. The little girl had been there the entire week while the community searched frantically. Melissa immediately called police, unable to comprehend that her 14-year-old son could have done something so horrific. When police arrested Joshua Phillips and questioned him, he eventually confessed to what had happened. According to Joshua, Maddie had been playing in his backyard on the day she disappeared. He said he accidentally hit her in the eye with a baseball, and when she started to cry, he panicked. He was afraid he would get in trouble with his father, who he described as strict and sometimes violent. Joshua claimed he brought Maddie into his house through his bedroom window, intending to help her and keep her quiet until her eyes stopped hurting. But then, according to his account, Maddie kept crying and he became more afraid of being caught. He said he hit her multiple times to make her stop making noise, and when she still didn't stop, he stabbed her. He then hid her body under his waterbed frame and went about his life for the next week as if nothing had happened. The community was shocked that a 14-year-old boy had taken the life of an 8-year-old child and then hidden her body in his bedroom for a week. Joshua Phillips became one of the youngest people in Florida history to be charged with first-degree ending of life. Because of the severity of the crime, prosecutors decided to charge him as an adult rather than as a juvenile. Joshua Phillips' trial began in 1999. The defense tried to argue that Joshua had not planned to harm Maddie and that the situation had escalated beyond his control. They portrayed him as a child who had made a terrible mistake in a moment of panic and then didn't know how to fix it. They also presented testimony about Joshua's difficult home life and suggested that fear of his father's reaction had contributed to his panic response. The prosecution argued that Joshua's actions after the initial injury showed clear intent. He had stabbed Maddie multiple times, hidden her body, and then gone about his normal routine for a week while the entire community searched for her. He had looked Maddie's parents in the eye during the search and said nothing. These weren't the actions of someone who had simply panicked, prosecutors argued, but someone who was trying to cover up what he had done. The jury found Joshua Phillips guilty of first-degree ending of life. Because he was 14 at the time of the crime and was being tried as an adult, the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Joshua Phillips, still just a teenager, was sent to adult prison where he would spend the rest of his life. The case raised difficult questions about how to handle young offenders who commit serious violent crimes. Should a 14-year-old be sentenced to life without parole? Was Joshua a child who made a terrible mistake? Or was he a dangerous person who would always be a threat? These questions continue to be debated. Maddie Clifton was a bright, happy 8-year-old who loved playing outside. She was simply playing in her neighborhood when she encountered Joshua Phillips. She should have been able to play safely near her own home, but instead she became the victim of senseless violence from someone who should have been just another kid in the neighborhood. Joshua Phillips remains in prison in Florida, now in his 40s. He has given interviews over the years, continuing to express remorse and maintaining that he didn't intend to harm Maddie. Maddie's family has said they can never forgive him for taking their daughter and for hiding her body while they desperately searched. The case of Joshua Phillips and Maddie Clifton remains one of the most disturbing examples of a child taking another child's life, a tragedy that destroyed 2 families and haunted an entire community. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young nursing student who had just started her career, about a neighbor who offered to help with a broken taillight, and about how a chance traffic stop led to the discovery of one of the most chilling abduction cases in recent history. In July 2016, 21-year-old Carl Shaw Freeland Williams was walking home in Philadelphia when she was suddenly grabbed by a stranger and dragged into a car. Security cameras captured the terrifying abduction as Carl Shaw fought desperately, even managing to knock her glasses off as a clue and fighting so hard that she left her shoe behind on the street. The video went viral as police and the community desperately searched for her. 3 days later, Carl Shaw was found alive in Maryland, rescued after her abductor was stopped by police. But that's not the story I want to tell you today. Let me tell you about a different case. In October 2014, 20-year-old Hannah Graham was a second-year student at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville. She was bright, athletic, and loved by everyone who knew her. On the night of September 13, 2014, Hannah went out with friends in the downtown mall area, a popular spot for university students. Sometime around 1 in the morning, Hannah became separated from her friends. Surveillance cameras captured her walking alone through the downtown area, looking lost and confused. She appeared to be texting on her phone, possibly trying to find her way or contact friends. Multiple cameras tracked her movement through the streets, and witnesses would later report seeing her. Then Hannah encountered Jesse Matthew, a 32-year-old man who worked as a hospital orderly. Surveillance footage showed Matthew walking beside Hannah, and witnesses saw them leave a restaurant together. Hannah's friends reported her missing when she didn't return home or respond to messages, and police immediately began investigating. When detectives reviewed the surveillance footage and identified Jesse Matthew as the last person seen with Hannah, they brought him in for questioning. Matthew spoke with police briefly, but then left and refused to cooperate further. His behavior made investigators suspicious, and when they searched his background, they discovered he had been accused of assault in the past, though charges had been dropped. Police obtained a warrant to search Matthew's car and apartment. Inside his vehicle, they found forensic evidence that Hannah had been in the car. The evidence suggested something violent had occurred. Matthew was charged with abduction with intent to defile, and police intensified their search for Hannah, hoping she might still be alive. But Matthew had already fled. He drove to Texas and was eventually captured on a beach in Galveston after a brief chase. He was brought back to Virginia to face charges for Hannah's abduction. Meanwhile, massive search efforts continued across Virginia, with thousands of volunteers combing fields, woods, and rural areas looking for any sign of Hannah. 5 weeks after Hannah disappeared, on October 18, 2014, a man searching for antlers in a wooded area about 8 miles from Charlottesville made a heartbreaking discovery. He found human remains that were later confirmed through dental records to be Hannah Graham. The news devastated her family, friends, and the entire university community who had been praying for her safe return. As investigators continued examining Jesse Matthews' background, they made a disturbing connection to another case. In 2009, a Virginia Tech student named Morgan Harrington had disappeared after attending a concert in Charlottesville. Her remains had been found months later in a remote area. DNA evidence for Morgan's case had never matched anyone in criminal databases, but when Matthews' DNA was entered into the system, it matched evidence for Morgan Harrington's case. The realization was shocking. Jesse Matthew had taken the lives of at least 2 young women both college students in Charlottesville, 5 years apart. Investigators began looking at other unsolved cases to see if Matthew might be connected to additional crimes. They discovered he had been employed at several universities over the years and had a history of assault allegations that had never resulted in convictions. In March 2015, Jesse Matthew was charged with first-degree ending of life in Hannah Graham's case and was also charged with taking Morgan Harrington's life. The evidence against him was strong, including DNA evidence, forensic evidence from his car, and the timeline of his movements on the night Hannah disappeared. Rather than face trial, Jesse Matthew decided to plead guilty. In March 2016, he pleaded guilty to taking both Hannah Graham's and Morgan Harrington's lives. He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released from prison. During the proceedings, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had committed these terrible crimes. Hannah Graham's parents spoke at the sentencing, describing their daughter's dreams and the future that had been stolen from her. Hannah had wanted to help people and was studying to become a doctor. She was kind, compassionate, and full of life. Her parents talked about the unbearable pain of losing her and the permanent void left in their family. Morgan Harrington's parents, who had spent 5 years wondering what had happened to their daughter and who had taken her life, finally had answers. While the truth brought some closure, it couldn't undo years of grief and uncertainty. Morgan had been a talented artist and musician with a bright future ahead of her. The cases of Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington led to changes in how universities handle campus safety and how information about assault allegations is shared between institutions. Jesse Matthew had moved between different jobs at universities, and previous allegations had not prevented him from gaining employment where he would have access to young women. The University of Virginia and Virginia Tech both strengthened their safety protocols, increased late-night transportation options for students, and improved lighting and security camera coverage in areas where students frequently traveled. The cases became tragic examples of why campus safety must be taken seriously. Jesse Matthew remains in prison, serving his life sentences. He will never be released and will die behind bars. The families of Hannah and Morgan have worked to honor their daughter's memories by advocating for campus safety improvements and supporting other families who have lost children to violence. Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington were young women with their whole lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing their dreams, daughters loved by their families, and friends cherished by those who knew them. They both encountered Jesse Matthew during vulnerable moments, and he saw them not as people, but as victims. Their cases serve as heartbreaking reminders of the importance of staying aware, traveling in groups when possible, and the devastating consequences when predators are allowed to move through society unchecked until they finally strike. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but 2 wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his 3rd wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication, and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughters' testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went on a first date and never came home, about a man who seemed charming online but had a dark past, and about how a family's relentless search for answers led to the discovery of a predator who thought he could get away with a perfect crime. In August 2016, 27-year-old Sydney Luff was excited about going on a date. She had matched with someone on the dating app Tinder and had been chatting with a woman named Aubrey Trail. Sydney was working at a home improvement store in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was looking forward to meeting someone new. She told her friends and co-workers about the upcoming date, and on November 15, 2016, Sydney went out to meet her date. That was the last time anyone saw Sydney Luff alive. When she didn't show up for work the next day and didn't respond to calls or texts, her friends and family knew immediately that something was wrong. Sydney was responsible and reliable. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. Her worried friends reported her missing to police. Investigators began tracing Sydney's last known movements and discovered that she had gone on a date with someone she had met through Tinder. But as they dug deeper, they found that the person Sydney thought she was meeting wasn't exactly who they claimed to be. The profile belonged to a woman named Bailey Boswell, but Bailey was actually working with her boyfriend, a man named Aubrey Trail. Police obtained surveillance footage from stores where Sydney had been seen with Bailey on their date. The footage showed Sydney and Bailey together, shopping and appearing to have a normal evening. But after that night, Sydney vanished completely. Her car was found abandoned in her apartment complex parking lot, and her personal belongings were inside, suggesting she had made it home after the date but had then gone somewhere else. As investigators looked into Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, they discovered a disturbing history. Aubrey Trail was a 51-year-old con artist with a criminal record. He had a history of manipulation and fraud. Bailey Boswell was 23 years old and had been in a relationship with Trail despite their significant age difference. The two were living together and appeared to be involved in some kind of scheme. Police began searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and they also started looking for any evidence that might reveal what had happened to Sydney. What they discovered was horrifying. In late November 2016, investigators found human remains scattered across rural areas in Clay County, Nebraska. The body had been dismembered and disposed of in multiple locations. DNA testing confirmed the worst fears of Sydney's family. The remains belonged to Sydney Luff. The discovery turned the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located and arrested. As police questioned them and searched their property, a disturbing picture emerged of what had happened to Sydney. According to the investigation, Aubrey Trail had orchestrated the entire plot. He had convinced Bailey to create the Tinder profile and lure Sydney into meeting them. Trail's plan was to kidnap and harm Sydney, and he had been fantasizing about committing such a crime. Bailey had gone along with the plan, using her appearance and charm to make Sydney feel comfortable and safe. On the night Sydney disappeared, she had gone back to Trail and Boswell's apartment after the initial date. Once there, Trail attacked and strangled Sydney while Bailey was present. After taking Sydney's life, the couple dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations, thinking they could hide the evidence of their crime. During the investigation, police found disturbing evidence in Trail and Boswell's apartment and storage units. They discovered tools that had been used to dismember Sydney's body, cleaning supplies purchased to eliminate evidence, and personal items belonging to Sydney. They also found videos and messages that showed Trail had been planning to commit violence and that Bailey had been a willing participant. Both Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were charged with first-degree ending of life. Trail's trial began in June 2019. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including the forensic evidence from the crime scene, surveillance footage showing Sydney with Bailey, and testimony about Trail's violent fantasies and plans. During his trial, Aubrey Trail made shocking courtroom outbursts. At one point, he slashed his own throat in the courtroom with a razor blade, causing a chaotic scene before he was subdued and given medical treatment. He survived the suicide attempt, and the trial continued. Trail's bizarre and attention-seeking behavior demonstrated his unstable and manipulative personality. In July 2019, Aubrey Trail was convicted of first-degree ending of Sydney Luft's life. He was sentenced to death by a three-judge panel. Trail showed no genuine remorse for what he had done and continued to behave erratically throughout the proceedings. His death sentence reflected the premeditated and heinous nature of his crime. Bailey Boswell's trial took place in October 2020. The prosecution argued that she was not merely a passive participant, but had actively helped Trail plan and execute the crime. They showed that Bailey had lured Sydney using the dating app, had been present during the attack, and had helped dispose of the body. Bailey claimed she had been manipulated and controlled by Trail, but the evidence showed she had been a willing participant. Bailey Boswell was also convicted of first-degree ending of life. She became one of the few women in Nebraska history to be sentenced to death. The judge and jury rejected her claims that she was a victim of Trail's manipulation, finding instead that she had made conscious choices to participate in the kidnapping and taking of Sydney's life. Sydney Luft's family has endured unimaginable pain since her disappearance and death. Sydney was a kind, trusting young woman who was simply trying to meet new people and enjoy life. She had no way of knowing that the dating profile she matched with was part of a trap set by two people looking for a victim. The case highlighted the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of safety precautions when meeting people from apps. Sydney had told friends about her date and had seemed to take reasonable precautions, but she still encountered predators who saw her as prey rather than a person. Sydney's family has worked to honor her memory by raising awareness about online dating safety and supporting other families who have lost loved ones to violence. They remember Sydney for her bright smile, her love of animals, and her kind heart. She was taken from them by two people who valued their twisted desires more than human life. But Sydney is remembered for who she was, not for how she died. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell remain on death row in Nebraska, where they will likely spend years in appeals before any execution could take place. But regardless of when or if their sentences are carried out, they have already lost their freedom and will never again be able to harm anyone the way they harmed Sydney Luft. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man whose voice was calm, whose manners were polite, and whose life appeared stable to everyone who knew him. He lived in a modest neighborhood in Cleveland, Ohio, where streets were quiet at night and neighbors rarely expected anything unusual to happen. His name was Anthony Sowell. People who saw him during the day would never have imagined that behind the closed door of his home, he was living a secret life that would eventually become one of the most disturbing criminal cases in the city's history. For years, he existed quietly among ordinary people, maintaining routines, speaking casually, and blending into the background so completely that no one truly saw what he was capable of. Anthony Sowell had served in the United States Marine Corps when he was younger. After leaving the military, he struggled to maintain stability in his life. He moved between jobs, never building a consistent career. Over time, he settled into a small home on Imperial Avenue in Cleveland. The house itself was aging and worn, like many others in the area. The paint was faded. The structure showed signs of neglect, but nothing about it immediately alarmed anyone. It was simply another house on a street filled with similar homes. Neighbors knew him casually. He was quiet. He kept mostly to himself. Occasionally, people saw women entering his house. This did not seem unusual. He spoke politely when spoken to. He did not attract attention. He did not create scenes. He existed in a way that allowed him to remain unnoticed. But beginning in the early 2000s, women in the area began disappearing. Many of these women lived difficult lives. Some struggled with addiction. Some lived on the margins of society. Their disappearances did not always receive immediate, intense investigation. They vanished quietly, and in some cases, their absence was not fully recognized right away. Anthony continued his life normally during this time. He went outside. He walked through the neighborhood. He interacted with people. He maintained the appearance of an ordinary resident. Inside his house, however, reality was very different. In September 2009, a woman managed to escape from Anthony's home. She ran to the police and reported that he had assaulted her and prevented her from leaving. Her report was detailed and urgent. Officers responded quickly. They went to his home to investigate. When they arrived, they immediately noticed a powerful odor. It was not a normal household smell. It was something far worse. Officers entered the house. Inside, they discovered evidence that confirmed their worst fears. Human remains were present inside the home. Further searches revealed multiple victims. The discovery shocked investigators and the entire community. The quiet house on Imperial Avenue, which had existed unnoticed for years, was now the center of a massive investigation. Detectives worked carefully, documenting everything. They searched every room. They searched the basement. They searched hidden areas within the structure. Anthony Sowell was arrested. When questioned, he did not provide a simple explanation. He spoke slowly. He did not immediately confess to everything, but the evidence inside his home was overwhelming. Forensic analysis connected him directly to multiple victims. Investigators reconstructed the timeline of his crimes. They discovered that he had targeted vulnerable women. He invited them into his home. Once inside, he controlled them. He ensured they could not leave. For years, he had managed to maintain his secret by relying on isolation and silence. The trial that followed revealed the full scope of his actions. Prosecutors presented forensic evidence, witness testimony, and detailed investigative findings. The quiet routines he had maintained for years were exposed as a carefully maintained illusion. He was convicted and sentenced to death. What makes this story especially disturbing is how close he lived to others while hiding such a reality. Neighbors later spoke about seeing him regularly, never suspecting what was happening behind his door. The house existed in plain sight. Nothing about it warned people of what it contained. Anthony Sowell had relied on invisibility. He relied on routine. He relied on the assumption that no one would look closely enough. But eventually, one person escaped. One person spoke, and that was enough to bring everything into the open. He remains imprisoned, his life now defined not by the quiet anonymity he once depended on, but by the truth that investigators uncovered piece by piece, revealing the reality that had been hidden behind an ordinary door on an ordinary street. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who spent years building a life defined by routine, discipline, and quiet predictability. A man whose calm presence never drew suspicion, and whose professional success made him someone others respected without hesitation. His name was Chris Benoit, and for decades he lived inside a world that rewarded control, strength, and endurance. He was known internationally as a professional wrestler, admired for his technical skill, his discipline, and his ability to perform under intense physical and psychological pressure. To millions of viewers, he was a performer. To his colleagues, he was a professional who took his work seriously. To his family, he was a husband and father living inside the private rhythms of ordinary life. He lived with his wife Nancy and their young son Daniel in Fayetteville, Georgia, in a home that reflected stability and comfort. The house sat in a quiet neighborhood where nothing about its appearance suggested instability or danger. The lawn was maintained. The rooms were orderly. The environment reflected structure. But beneath the routines that defined his life, physical and psychological strain had been accumulating for years in ways that no one fully understood at the time. Chris Benoit's career had required extraordinary physical endurance. Professional wrestling, despite its staged outcomes, demanded real physical impact. His body absorbed repeated trauma over decades. He experienced concussions, injuries, and chronic pain. These injuries were treated, managed, and endured as part of his profession. He continued performing. He continued traveling. He continued maintaining the appearance of control. Pain became part of his daily existence, something he managed quietly. He rarely spoke publicly about his physical condition. He maintained the professional expectation that he would continue working regardless of discomfort. This pattern of endurance reinforced his identity as someone capable of functioning under pressure. His home life appeared stable. Nancy Benoit had also worked in professional wrestling earlier in her life. She understood the demands of the profession. She understood the travel, the injuries, and the expectations. Their son Daniel lived with them in their home, attending school, growing up inside a family that appeared stable from the outside. Friends and neighbors saw nothing that suggested immediate danger. Their interactions appeared normal. Conversations remained ordinary. Daily routines continued without visible disruption. But in the weeks leading up to June 2007, subtle changes began to occur. Chris Benoit became quieter. His communication patterns shifted. He withdrew emotionally from colleagues and friends. He continued performing professionally, maintaining his responsibilities, but privately, something was changing. These changes were not immediately recognized as warning signs. They appeared gradual. They appeared internal. They remained invisible to those around him. On June 22, 2007, Nancy Benoit was inside their home. The environment was quiet. There were no reports of disturbance from neighbors. There were no emergency calls. There were no immediate external signs of crisis. But inside the home, events unfolded that would later become the center of one of the most disturbing investigations in professional sports history. Nancy Benoit died inside the home. The exact timeline was reconstructed later through forensic analysis, digital records, and physical evidence. Investigators determined she had been killed inside the residence. The following day, June 23rd, their son Daniel also died inside the home. Again, there were no immediate external signs visible to neighbors. The house remained quiet. The outside world continued normally, unaware of what had already occurred inside. On June 24th, Chris Benoit remained inside the house. He did not appear publicly. He did not communicate with colleagues in ways that suggested urgency. Instead, he sent text messages to coworkers providing his home address and explaining that his dogs were inside. These messages appeared unusual. They did not explain the situation directly, but they provided specific logistical information. These communications would later become critical in establishing timeline and intent. Later that same day, Chris Benoit died inside the home. When colleagues became concerned about his absence from scheduled professional appearances, they contacted authorities. Law enforcement officers arrived at the residence on June 25, 2007. The house was quiet. Nothing appeared disturbed from the outside. Officers entered and began examining the interior. Inside, they discovered the bodies of Nancy, Daniel, and Chris Benoit. The investigation began immediately. Investigators examined the home carefully. They documented every detail. They collected physical evidence. They examined digital records, including phone communications, text messages, and computer activity. They reconstructed the timeline carefully, understanding that accurate sequencing was essential to understanding what had occurred. Forensic analysis confirmed that Nancy Benoit had died first. Daniel Benoit died the following day. Chris Benoit died last. This sequence was established through careful examination of physical evidence, decomposition timelines, and digital communication records. Investigators examined Chris Benoit's medical history. They reviewed his injury records. They examined his history of concussions. Medical experts conducted extensive neurological analysis following his death. Their findings revealed severe brain trauma consistent with chronic traumatic encephalopathy, a degenerative brain condition associated with repeated head injuries. This condition affects behavior, emotional regulation, and impulse control. The extent of the damage shocked medical professionals. His brain showed patterns typically associated with significantly older individuals suffering from advanced neurological degeneration. Investigators also examined digital searches conducted on his home computer. These searches provided insight into his mental state during the days leading up to the incident. They documented behavioral patterns, timing, and cognitive function. The investigation concluded that Chris Benoit was responsible for the deaths of his wife and son before his own death. The evidence was overwhelming. Physical evidence, digital evidence, medical analysis, timeline reconstruction. Each element confirmed the sequence of events beyond doubt. What made this case especially disturbing was the contrast between public perception and private reality. Chris Benoit had existed inside a professional environment defined by discipline and control. He had performed in front of millions. He had maintained routines. He had interacted normally with colleagues and fans. His life appeared structured, predictable, stable, but internally, physical and neurological damage had been accumulating silently. The injuries he endured did not disappear. They remained. They altered brain function. They altered emotional stability. They altered behavior in ways invisible to those around him. This case changed professional wrestling permanently. It forced organizations to examine concussion protocols. It forced medical professionals to study long-term brain trauma. It forced institutions to recognize the invisible damage caused by repeated head injuries. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who walked into his workplace every day wearing the same uniform, greeting the same coworkers, and performing the same duties with such consistency that no one ever imagined he was capable of violence. His name was Mark Twitchell, and he lived in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, a city where long winters and quiet neighborhoods created an atmosphere of routine and predictability. He was not a drifter or an outsider. He was someone who wanted recognition, someone who wanted to create something meaningful and be remembered. He described himself as a filmmaker, a storyteller working on independent projects. He studied film, wrote scripts, and spent hours thinking about characters, control, and narrative structure. He admired fictional villains, especially those who appeared intelligent and methodical. He became particularly fascinated with the television show Dexter, a fictional story about a man who lived a normal public life while secretly committing murder. To Twitchell, Dexter was not just entertainment. It became an obsession. He studied the character's methods, his discipline, and his ability to maintain two separate identities. By 2008, Twitchell was living with his girlfriend and maintaining what appeared to be a normal adult life. He spoke casually with neighbors. He attended social gatherings. He worked on film projects and shared his ambitions with others. But privately, his thoughts were becoming darker and more structured around the idea of committing real violence. He did not act impulsively. He planned carefully. He believed that intelligence and preparation could allow him to commit murder without being caught. He believed he could replicate the fictional methods he had studied. He began writing a script he called SK Confessions, which described in disturbing detail the thoughts and actions of a killer who believed himself superior to others. This document was not fiction in the traditional sense. It was a blueprint. He rented a garage in Edmonton under the pretense of needing space for film production. To anyone else, it appeared like a workspace. But inside, he began preparing it carefully. He organized tools. He cleared space. He created an environment where he believed he could control another human being completely. He understood that selecting a victim required manipulation. He chose online dating websites as his method of contact. These platforms allowed him to communicate with strangers, to present himself under false identities, and to arrange meetings privately. In October 2008, he created a fake profile posing as a woman. Using this false identity, he contacted a man named Johnny Altinger, a 38-year-old oil field worker. Johnny was an ordinary man with friends, co-workers, and family. He had routines, responsibilities, and plans for his future. He believed he was communicating with a woman interested in meeting him. The conversation developed gradually. Twitchell, pretending to be the woman, gained Johnny's trust and arranged a meeting at the rented garage, claiming it was her residence. On October 10, 2008, Johnny arrived at the garage, unaware of the danger waiting inside. He entered. He never came out. When Johnny failed to appear at work and stopped responding to messages, his friends became concerned. His disappearance was unusual. He had not told anyone he planned to travel. His belongings remained at home. His phone stopped transmitting signals. Investigators began reconstructing his last known movements. They examined his computer and discovered his recent online conversations. They identified the fake profile he had been communicating with. They traced the account's origin. It led them toward Mark Twitchell. Investigators began surveillance. They observed Twitchell's behavior. He continued his routines normally. He showed no visible panic. He interacted calmly with others. But investigators needed physical evidence. They obtained a warrant and searched the rented garage. Inside, they discovered blood. Not small traces, but clear forensic evidence of violence. They documented every detail. They collected samples. They analyzed patterns. Blood spatter analysis revealed struggle and injury. Investigators also discovered cleaning attempts, but cleaning cannot remove all evidence. Microscopic traces remain embedded in surfaces. The most critical discovery came when investigators searched Twitchell's computer. They found a document he had written, SK Confessions. It described, in first-person detail, the thoughts and actions of a killer. It described luring a victim through online deception. It described controlling the victim. It described violence. It described concealment. The details matched the timeline of Johnny's disappearance precisely. The document was not hypothetical. It was a confession disguised as fiction. Investigators arrested Mark Twitchell on October 31st, 2008. During interrogation, he initially denied responsibility. He claimed his writings were fictional. He claimed the blood evidence had innocent explanations. But forensic analysis contradicted his claims. DNA testing confirmed the blood belonged to Johnny Altinger. Digital forensic experts established the timeline of document creation and online communications. Each piece of evidence reinforced the same conclusion. During trial, prosecutors presented the full scope of evidence. They explained how Twitchell had planned the crime. They presented the confession document. They presented forensic evidence from the garage. They presented digital records linking him directly to the fake online identity. The defense attempted to argue that the document was fiction and that the evidence was circumstantial. But the combination of forensic science, digital records, and physical evidence created a complete narrative. In April 2011, Mark Twitchell was convicted of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. Johnny Altinger's body was never fully recovered, but the evidence left behind told the complete story. The blood, the digital trail, the confession document, and the timeline all confirmed what had happened inside the garage. Twitchell had believed he could control every detail. He believed intelligence would protect him. He believed planning would prevent discovery. But he underestimated forensic science. He underestimated digital evidence. He underestimated the permanence of the traces he left behind. Today, Mark Twitchell remains imprisoned. His attempt to transform fiction into reality ended not in control, but in exposure. His story remains a reminder that those who attempt to construct perfect crimes often leave behind the most detailed evidence of all, hidden in their own words, waiting for investigators to uncover the truth. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a modest brick house in Ipswich, England, a man who worked steady jobs, paid his bills, and blended into the rhythm of an ordinary neighborhood. His name was Steve Wright, and for years he moved through life without attracting attention, someone neighbors recognized but did not think about. He had worked as a steward on ships, a bartender, a truck driver. His employment history was uneven but not remarkable. He had relationships that began and ended. He rented rooms. He kept to himself. Nothing about his daily routine suggested that he was about to become the center of one of the largest murder investigations in Suffolk's history. In late 2006, Ipswich was a town moving at its usual pace. It was not known for violent crime on a national scale. But in early December, a body was discovered in a rural area near Leamington. The victim was a young woman. Within days, a second body was found, then a third. Over the course of 10 days, the bodies of 5 women were discovered in the countryside surrounding Ipswich. Each victim had been reported missing. Each had connections to street-level sex work in the area. The pattern formed quickly. The police recognized immediately that they were likely dealing with a serial offender operating within a concentrated time frame. The scale of the investigation expanded rapidly. Suffolk police launched one of the largest manhunts in modern British policing. Hundreds of officers were assigned. Roads were closed. Rural areas were searched methodically. Forensic teams processed each scene with extreme care, documenting soil samples, fibers, tire marks, and any trace evidence that might survive exposure to winter conditions. The victims had been left in outdoor locations, but investigators understood that transport had occurred. That meant vehicles, surfaces, and contact points existed somewhere beyond the dump sites. Investigators began reconstructing the victims' last known movements. They examined CCTV footage from areas known for street sex work. They interviewed other women working in the same locations. They studied mobile phone data, identifying calls and text messages sent in the hours before each disappearance. Patterns emerged. Some of the victims had been seen entering vehicles with men. Descriptions were vague but consistent in tone, older, quiet, unremarkable. Forensic analysis became critical. Advances in DNA technology allowed investigators to recover microscopic traces from the victims' bodies and clothing. Even though the bodies had been exposed to outdoor conditions, careful laboratory work identified genetic material belonging to a single male contributor. This discovery narrowed the field dramatically. Investigators began cross-referencing DNA databases and reviewing individuals previously arrested or questioned in the region. Meanwhile, officers canvassed neighborhoods near known prostitution areas. They conducted house-to-house inquiries. They asked residents about vehicles, late-night activity, unusual behavior. In one of these canvasses, attention turned towards Steve Wright. He lived in the red light district itself, an area frequented by the victims. His proximity alone did not establish guilt, but it established opportunity. Detectives quietly began gathering information about him. They learned he had prior interactions with some of the victims. Witnesses placed him in areas near the disappearance sites. Surveillance began. Investigators monitored his movements. They collected discarded items to obtain a DNA sample legally. When laboratory analysis compared Wright's DNA to the genetic material recovered from the victims, the results matched. The probability of coincidence was statistically negligible. The forensic link was direct and powerful. Steve Wright was arrested on December 19, 2006. During questioning, he denied involvement. He admitted knowing some of the women, but claimed his interactions were limited and consensual. He could not explain the forensic evidence linking him to multiple victims. Prosecutors prepared a case built heavily on scientific findings. The absence of eyewitnesses to the killings meant that forensic reconstruction would carry significant weight. The trial began in January 2008 at Ipswich Crown Court. Prosecutors presented DNA evidence linking Wright to all 5 victims. They explained how fibers from his home were found on the victims' clothing. They presented CCTV footage, placing his vehicle near relevant locations. They reconstructed timelines based on phone records and witness statements. The defense argued that while Wright had known some of the women, there was no direct evidence proving he killed them. They challenged interpretations of forensic material and suggested alternative explanations. The jury examined the cumulative weight of evidence. Each forensic link reinforced the others. Each timeline alignment strengthened the pattern. After deliberation, the jury found Steve Wright guilty of murdering all 5 women. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a whole life order, meaning he will never be released. What made this case especially significant was the speed and coordination of the investigation. Within weeks of the first discovery, police had identified, arrested, and charged the suspect. Modern forensic science, including DNA profiling, played a decisive role. Without it, the case might have remained unresolved, dependent on circumstantial witness accounts. Instead, microscopic biological traces carried the truth from crime scene to courtroom. Today, Steve Wright remains incarcerated in the United Kingdom. The case left a lasting impact on Ipswich, prompting discussions about the safety of vulnerable populations and the resources allocated to protect them. It also demonstrated how rapid mobilization, forensic precision, and coordinated investigative work can stop a serial offender before more lives are lost. I'm going to tell you about a man who wore a police uniform, who carried a badge issued by one of the most recognized law enforcement agencies in the world, and who used that badge not only as identification, but as a shield. His name was Wayne Couzens. and for years he worked as a serving officer within London's Metropolitan Police Service, assigned at one point to a unit responsible for diplomatic protection. On the surface, he was another uniformed presence on the streets of the United Kingdom, a man entrusted with authority, trained in procedure, and empowered to detain citizens when necessary. Beneath that authority, however, was a pattern of behavior that would ultimately lead to one of the most widely discussed criminal cases in modern British history. Wayne Couzens was born in 1972 in Kent, England. Before joining the Metropolitan Police, he worked in various security-related roles, including positions within other police forces. By 2018, he had become a firearms officer within the Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Command. This role involved guarding embassies and government buildings, and it carried both status and responsibility. Colleagues described him as quiet and unremarkable, someone who blended into the background rather than stood out. There were no public indications that he would become the subject of national outrage. On the evening of March 3, 2021, Sarah Everard, a 33-year-old marketing executive, left a friend's house in Clapham, South London, and began walking home. It was a familiar route along well-lit main roads. Surveillance cameras later captured her moving calmly along the pavement. At approximately 9:30 p.m., she encountered Wayne Couzens. He was off duty but carrying his police warrant card. Using the authority of his position, he falsely arrested her under the pretense of enforcing COVID-19 lockdown regulations, which were in place at the time. Witnesses later reported seeing a woman standing beside a car with hazard lights flashing, speaking to a man who appeared to be conducting an arrest. Because he presented himself as a police officer, the situation did not immediately raise alarm. Sarah Everard was placed into Couzens' vehicle. In the days that followed, her disappearance triggered a large-scale missing persons investigation. The Metropolitan Police reviewed CCTV footage across South London, tracing her last known movements. Video evidence eventually showed Couzens' rented car traveling from London toward Kent. Automatic number plate recognition systems identified the vehicle's route. Detectives began focusing on the registered driver. On March 9, 2021, Wayne Couzens was arrested at his home in Kent. Search teams later discovered Sarah Everard's remains in woodland near Ashford, Kent. Forensic analysis linked the crime scene and the vehicle to Couzens. Digital data, including phone records and surveillance footage, established a detailed timeline. Evidence showed premeditation, including the rental of the vehicle and steps taken to conceal his actions. In July 2021, Wayne Couzens pleaded guilty to kidnapping, rape, and murder. During sentencing, the court described his conduct as a grave abuse of power. He was given a whole life order, meaning he will spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole, one of the most severe penalties available under UK law. The case had national consequences beyond the courtroom. Public trust in policing was shaken, particularly among women who expressed fear about personal safety and concerns about misuse of authority. Vigils held in Sarah Everard's memory drew thousands. Independent reviews were launched into police vetting procedures, internal misconduct reporting, and institutional culture. Questions emerged regarding earlier allegations of inappropriate behavior that had not resulted in decisive action. Investigations revealed that Couzens had previously been accused of indecent exposure, though those incidents had not prevented his continued service. The case prompted renewed examination of how complaints against officers are handled and how warning signs are assessed within law enforcement institutions. Today, Wayne Couzens remains incarcerated under a whole life sentence. His case stands as a documented example of how authority can be weaponized when oversight fails and warning signs are not fully addressed. It demonstrated how technology, such as CCTV networks, vehicle tracking systems, and digital forensics can reconstruct movements with precision, and it led to structural reviews within British policing. Sarah Everard's death became more than a single criminal case. It became a catalyst for national discussion about safety, accountability, and institutional responsibility. The events of that evening in March 2021 unfolded on ordinary streets under streetlights and traffic cameras, in a setting that appeared routine. The crime was not hidden in isolation, but occurred within plain sight, shielded by the appearance of lawful authority until careful investigation exposed what had truly happened. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who lived in a quiet suburban home in Bartlett, Tennessee, a woman who spent her days caring for her children, maintaining her household, and presenting herself as a devoted mother and wife. Her name was Mary Winkler, and for years her life revolved around her family and the expectations placed upon her as the wife of a church minister. Her husband, Matthew Winkler, was a respected preacher at the 4th Street Church of Christ in nearby Selmer. He delivered sermons, counseled church members, and represented spiritual leadership to his congregation. From the outside, their life appeared structured and respectable. They lived in a modest home. They raised 3 young daughters. They attended church regularly. They followed routines shaped by responsibility and faith. Matthew Winkler was known in the community as calm and composed. He spoke softly, delivered sermons with confidence, and maintained the image of a man devoted to guiding others morally and spiritually. But behind closed doors, their marriage carried tensions that were invisible to those around them. Financial stress had grown over time. Matthew controlled household finances tightly. Mary had limited independence. She rarely interacted socially outside church activities. She spent most of her time inside the home, caring for their children. On the morning of March 22nd, 2006, church members became concerned when Matthew failed to appear for scheduled services. His absence was unusual. He had never missed sermons without notice. Calls to his phone went unanswered. Concern escalated quickly. Church members contacted police, requesting a welfare check at the Winkler home. When officers arrived, they entered the house cautiously. Inside, they discovered Matthew Winkler lying in bed, deceased from a gunshot wound to the back. There were no signs of forced entry. There was no evidence of struggle visible in the home. The environment appeared calm and undisturbed. But Mary Winkler and the 3 children were gone. Immediately, investigators shifted focus toward locating Mary and ensuring the safety of the children. Missing persons alerts were issued across multiple states. Within days, Mary was located in Orange Beach, Alabama, approximately 400 miles away. She was staying in a condominium with her daughters. The children were unharmed. Mary was taken into custody. During initial questioning, she appeared emotionally detached and soft-spoken. She did not immediately provide a detailed explanation. Investigators reconstructed the timeline carefully. They examined financial records, travel routes, and physical evidence from the home. The firearm used in the shooting was recovered. Forensic analysis confirmed that Matthew had been shot while lying in bed. As questioning continued, Mary eventually confessed to shooting her husband. But the explanation she provided introduced details no one outside the home had known. She described years of emotional control and psychological pressure. She described financial secrecy, humiliation, and isolation. She described living in constant fear of her husband's reactions. According to her statements, the shooting occurred after an argument escalated. She claimed she did not initially intend to kill him, but the act itself was deliberate. The case moved toward trial in 2007. Prosecutors presented the physical evidence clearly. Matthew Winkler had been shot in bed. Mary had left the state immediately afterward. She had not contacted authorities. These facts established deliberate action and flight. The prosecution argued that her behavior demonstrated intent and awareness. The defense presented a different narrative. They introduced testimony describing Matthew's controlling behavior. They presented evidence suggesting financial misconduct by Matthew, including improper use of church funds. They argued that Mary had lived under prolonged psychological pressure that affected her mental state. They described her as someone who had reached a breaking point after years of emotional strain. The courtroom became a place where 2 very different versions of the same household were presented. One version reflected a respected minister and family man. The other described a private environment shaped by control and fear. The jury listened carefully to both sides. In April 2007, Mary Winkler was convicted of voluntary manslaughter rather than first-degree murder. The verdict reflected the jury's conclusion that the killing occurred intentionally, but without premeditation at the level required for murder. She was sentenced to 3 years in prison, with most of the sentence served in confinement and the remainder on probation. The outcome surprised many observers. Some believed the sentence was too lenient. Others believed the circumstances justified the lesser conviction. The case sparked national debate about domestic relationships, psychological abuse, and the complexity of violence within families. Today, Mary Winkler lives outside public attention. Her daughters grew up away from media focus. The house in Bartlett eventually returned to ordinary residential life. But the case remains a reminder that violence does not always emerge from visible conflict. Sometimes it develops quietly within private spaces, hidden behind routines, expectations, and appearances that give no outward indication of the reality inside. Investigators, jurors, and community members were left to reconcile two realities: the public image of a stable family and the private breakdown that ended in irreversible violence. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a modest suburban home in Westfield, Indiana, a man who wore the uniform of a police officer for years and built a reputation based on authority, calm judgment, and trust. His name was Herb Baumeister, and for much of his adult life, he appeared to be an ordinary husband, father, and business owner. He ran a chain of thrift stores called Save-A-Lot, which provided his family with financial stability and allowed them to purchase a large property known as Fox Hollow Farm, a sprawling estate surrounded by trees and open land. To neighbors, the property looked peaceful, even beautiful. It was the kind of place associated with privacy and quiet rural life. Herb lived there with his wife Julie and their children. From the outside, the family appeared stable. They attended social events. They interacted normally with the community. Nothing about their daily presence suggested that the wooded land behind their home concealed something deeply disturbing. During the early 1990s, men began disappearing from the Indianapolis area under unusual circumstances. Many of them were last seen in nightlife districts, particularly in areas known to be welcoming to the LGBTQ community. Missing persons cases were filed, but at first they appeared unrelated. Adults sometimes leave voluntarily. Some individuals maintain private lives unknown to their families. The disappearances did not immediately form a visible pattern, but over time, investigators noticed similarities. Several missing men had last been seen speaking with an older white male driving a distinctive vehicle. Witnesses described him as well-dressed, calm, and socially confident. He did not appear threatening. He presented himself as someone offering conversation, perhaps even companionship. As more men vanished, suspicion grew. Families pressed for answers. Advocacy groups demanded attention. Investigators began re-examining older cases, comparing timelines and witness descriptions. Patterns began to emerge slowly. The same general physical description appeared repeatedly. The same type of vehicle was mentioned. The same geographic areas were involved. Meanwhile, inside Fox Hollow Farm, strange discoveries were being made. In 1994, Herb Baumeister's teenage son was exploring the wooded area behind their home when he found what appeared to be a human skull partially buried in the soil. He brought it to his mother. At first, Herb dismissed it as an old medical specimen, claiming it had been part of his father's collection. His explanation was vague, but delivered confidently. For a time, the matter was set aside. But Julie Baumeister remained uneasy. As financial pressures mounted and her marriage deteriorated, she began reconsidering what her son had found. Eventually, she contacted authorities. Police obtained a search warrant for the property. What they discovered transformed the investigation entirely. In the wooded areas surrounding Fox Hollow Farm, investigators uncovered thousands of bone fragments and human remains scattered across the property. The remains had been burned, buried, and dispersed. Forensic teams worked meticulously, mapping the land, excavating carefully, and collecting every fragment possible. The scale of the discovery was overwhelming. The remains were not from a single victim. They represented multiple individuals. Forensic anthropologists analyzed the bones, determining that they belonged to numerous men, most of whom were likely adults. Identification was complicated by the condition of the remains. DNA technology in the mid-1990s was less advanced than today, making positive identification challenging. However, investigators cross-referenced missing persons reports and concluded that several of the remains likely belonged to men who had disappeared from the Indianapolis area over previous years. As investigators built their case, Herb Baumeister became aware of the mounting evidence. In June 1996, before he could be formally arrested, he fled to Canada. His vehicle was later found in a provincial park in Ontario. Inside, authorities discovered a suicide note. In it, Baumeister claimed financial troubles and marital problems as reasons for his actions. He did not confess to murder. Shortly thereafter, he was found deceased from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Because he died before trial, many questions remain unanswered. Investigators believe he was responsible for the deaths of at least 11 men, though the true number may be higher. Witness accounts from individuals who survived encounters with him describe being invited to his home under the guise of socializing. They described elaborate setups involving mannequins and staged environments. These details painted a picture of someone who constructed elaborate fantasies while maintaining a calm public persona. What makes this case especially haunting is the contrast between the peaceful appearance of Fox Hollow Farm and the evidence discovered beneath its soil. The property symbolized privacy and family life, yet it concealed years of violence. The investigation required patience, forensic expertise, and cooperation between agencies. Thousands of bone fragments were cataloged and analyzed in an effort to restore identity to the victims. Herb Baumeister's double life demonstrates how someone can maintain social normalcy while committing repeated acts of violence in secrecy. His position within the community, his role as a father and business owner, and his outward demeanor shielded him from suspicion for years. It was not a dramatic confession or eyewitness account that exposed him, but physical evidence hidden in the ground, uncovered only because a child found something that did not belong there. Today, Fox Hollow Farm remains a reminder of the investigation that unfolded across its wooded landscape. Efforts to identify additional remains continue as forensic science advances. Families still seek confirmation, and the case stands as an example of how even the most ordinary settings can conceal truths that only patient investigation and careful science can bring into the light. I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that stayed quiet for years, about a woman who believed she had escaped danger, and about how a crime committed in rage sat unresolved for more than 2 decades until one small detail finally cracked it open. This is a true crime story about obsession, delayed justice, and how the truth sometimes waits patiently for science to catch up. In the early 1980s, Sherry Rasmussen was living in Los Angeles and building what looked like a peaceful, promising life. She was intelligent, confident, and well-liked by everyone around her. She worked as a nurse, a profession that reflected her calm demeanor and sense of responsibility. Friends described her as practical, warm, and optimistic. She believed in clear boundaries, honesty, and moving forward without drama. She married John Rutan, a man she loved deeply and trusted completely. Their relationship appeared stable and affectionate. They bought a condominium together and began settling in a married life, focused on careers and long-term plans. From the outside, there was nothing unusual about their home, their routines, or their future. What Sherry did not know was that her marriage had already placed her inside someone else's unresolved emotional world. Before marrying Sherry, John had been involved in a long-term relationship with a woman named Stephanie Lazarus. Stephanie was a Los Angeles police officer, intelligent, trained, and experienced. She had dated John for several years and believed the relationship was serious and lasting. When John ended the relationship and moved on, Stephanie did not let go emotionally. Instead, she internalized the rejection. She followed John's life quietly. She knew about Sherry. She knew about the marriage. Outwardly, she continued her work as a police officer, appearing functional and professional. Inwardly, resentment grew slowly, fed by imagination and unresolved attachment. She did not confront Sherry. She did not confront John. She waited. On the morning of February 24th, 1986, Sherry Rasmussen was found murdered in her home. She had been beaten and shot multiple times. The scene suggested a violent struggle. There were signs of rage, not robbery. Nothing of value had been taken. Sherry had clearly fought back, desperately trying to survive. Police responded quickly. From the beginning, the case was treated as a burglary gone wrong. Investigators focused on unknown intruders. There was no immediate reason to suspect someone close. Stephanie Lazarus was never seriously considered as a suspect, despite her connection to John. She was, after all, a fellow officer. The case stalled. Years passed. Sherry's family never stopped pushing for answers. They insisted that the crime made no sense as a random burglary. Sherry was cautious. She was aware. She would not have opened the door for a stranger easily. They believed the crime was personal. Still, nothing moved. For more than 20 years, the case remained cold. Stephanie Lazarus continued her career with the LAPD. She received promotions. She worked cases. She lived a normal life, all while carrying a secret that no one suspected. To co-workers, she was professional. To neighbors, unremarkable. The crime faded into memory for most people. Then, in the early 2000s, cold case detectives began reviewing older files using new forensic techniques. One detail stood out. At the crime scene, investigators had documented a bite mark on Sherry's arm. At the time of the murder, bite mark analysis was unreliable and often dismissed. But advances in DNA technology allowed investigators to re-examine preserved evidence. Saliva. DNA was extracted from the bite mark. The profile was uploaded. It matched Stephanie Lazarus. At first, even detectives struggled to accept it. A police officer, a colleague, a woman who had lived freely for decades. But the science was clear. The DNA did not lie. Investigators brought Stephanie in for questioning. At first, she appeared calm, cooperative, confident. But as questioning continued, her demeanor shifted. Her speech became defensive. She contradicted herself. When confronted with the DNA evidence, she denied everything, but her control began to fracture. Eventually, the truth emerged. Stephanie had gone to Sherry's home that morning armed with a gun. She confronted her. The conversation escalated. Rage took over. Stephanie beat Sherry and shot her, then staged the scene to look like a burglary. She left behind almost nothing, confident that suspicion would never touch her. In 2009, more than 23 years after the murder, Stephanie Lazarus was arrested. In 2012, she was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 27 years to life in prison. For Sherry's family, justice came painfully late, but it came clearly. This story lingers not because of brutality alone, but because of patience, because of time, because it reminds us that some crimes are hidden not by cleverness, but by trust, by uniforms, by assumptions. Stephanie Lazarus did not escape justice forever. She simply outpaced it for a while. And Sherry Rasmussen, whose voice was silenced far too early, was finally heard through the quiet persistence of truth and the slow progress of science. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lied so convincingly that even his closest family believed him, about a woman who trusted love over instinct, and about a crime that began with deception long before it ended in murder. This is a true crime story about Mark Hacking, a case that unfolded quietly, but revealed one of the most disturbing examples of how lies can replace reality. Mark Hacking was born into a respected family in Utah. His parents were successful, supportive, and deeply involved in their community. From a young age, Mark learned how to present himself well. He was polite, articulate, and appeared ambitious. Teachers and relatives described him as intelligent but emotionally fragile, someone who avoided confrontation and struggled under pressure. As Mark grew older, that pressure increased. He wanted to be impressive. He wanted approval. And most of all, he wanted to appear successful without doing the work required to be successful. In college, Mark met Lori Hacking. Lori was kind, patient, and grounded. She believed in honesty and effort. She worked hard, stayed focused, and trusted deeply. Where Mark exaggerated, Lori stabilized. Where Mark avoided reality, Lori confronted it gently. Their relationship developed quickly, and they married young. To Lori, Mark was a man with big dreams. To Mark, Lori was someone he needed to keep believing in those dreams. Mark told Lori he had been accepted into medical school. Later, he claimed he was attending law school instead. He spoke confidently about classes, exams, professors, and future plans. He dressed the part. He used the language of someone who belonged in those spaces. None of it was true. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had never attended law school. He spent his days pretending to go to class while actually wandering around campus buildings, libraries, and coffee shops, trying to maintain the illusion. He forged documents. He lied to family members. He built an entire life on fabrication. Lori eventually began to sense something was wrong. Details did not add up. Mark avoided specific questions. He grew defensive when pressed. Still, Lori loved him. She believed marriage meant patience and trust. When she finally confronted him seriously, Mark panicked. The lies were collapsing. On July 19, 2004, Mark and Lori went for an early morning walk near Memory Grove Park in Salt Lake City. Mark later told police that a stranger had attacked them. He claimed Lori was abducted while he escaped. From the beginning, investigators were skeptical. There were no witnesses, no signs of struggle consistent with an abduction, no evidence supporting Mark's story. Lori's family immediately sensed something was wrong. She would not have wandered off voluntarily. She would not have left without contacting someone. And Mark's account changed subtly each time he retold it. Police began digging into Mark's background. What they found was a web of lies. There was no law school enrollment, no medical school acceptance, no academic record matching his claims. Professors he mentioned had never heard of him. Buildings he claimed to attend classes in had no record of him. The investigation shifted quickly. Mark was no longer a witness. He was a suspect. Under pressure, Mark began unraveling. His demeanor shifted from cooperative to evasive. He contradicted himself. He struggled to maintain eye contact. Detectives applied calm, methodical questioning, allowing silence to do its work. Then came the confession. Mark admitted that he had killed Lori. He explained that the confrontation about his lies terrified him. He believed his entire life was about to collapse. Instead of facing consequences, he chose violence. He shot Lori and later returned to the area to dispose of her body. Lori's remains were found days later in a shallow grave. The community was devastated. At trial, prosecutors laid out the case slowly and carefully. They explained how Mark's deception was not a single lie, but a lifestyle. Experts testified about pathological lying, avoidance behavior, and the psychology of individuals who choose control over accountability. Mark pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes this story deeply unsettling is not just the crime. It is the quietness. There was no history of violence, no explosive temper, no obvious warning signs, just lies. And when those lies were threatened, Mark chose the only option that preserved his false identity, even if it destroyed everything else. This story reminds us that danger does not always come from anger. Sometimes it comes from fear. Fear of being exposed. Fear of disappointing others. Fear of reality itself. And sometimes, the most devastating crimes begin not with hatred, but with the refusal to tell the truth. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared polite, intelligent, and dependable. A man who lived a quiet suburban life while hiding a carefully controlled inner world of resentment, obsession, and cruelty. This is a true crime story about control, emotional distance, and how a crime so methodical once seemed impossible to prove until patience and persistence finally revealed the truth. Richard Crafts was born in 1935 and grew up in Connecticut. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and socially functional. He served in the U.S. Air Force, later earning a degree in aeronautical engineering. To most people, Richard seemed accomplished and stable. He married Helle Crafts, a Danish flight attendant, and together they had 3 children. They lived in a comfortable home in Newtown, Connecticut, a quiet town known for safety and order. On the surface, the Crafts family looked ordinary. Inside the marriage, however, the emotional atmosphere was cold. Hella was described as warm, expressive, and social. Richard was distant, controlling, and emotionally withdrawn. He preferred structure and routine. He disliked confrontation, but held on to resentment. Over time, the marriage deteriorated. Hella began confiding in friends that she feared Richard, not because he was violent, but because of his emptiness. She told people she believed he was capable of something terrible. By late 1986, Hella had decided she wanted a divorce. She had begun preparing financially and emotionally. She told friends that if anything happened to her, Richard would be responsible. These words, spoken casually at the time, would later become hauntingly important. On the night of November 18th, 1986, Hella at Crafts disappeared. Richard told people she had left the house after an argument and flown to Denmark. He claimed she was upset and needed space. But several details immediately felt wrong. Hella had left behind her passport, her winter coat, her personal belongings. She had not contacted her children. She had not called friends or family. The story did not fit her character. Police initially struggled. There was no body, no obvious crime scene, no witnesses, but investigators began noticing small inconsistencies. Neighbors reported hearing loud machinery late at night during a snowstorm. They noticed Richard renting unusual equipment, a wood chipper, a freezer. These details alone meant little, but together they raised concern. Investigators searched the Crafts' home. They found blood traces in the bedroom, despite attempts to clean them thoroughly. Microscopic blood evidence remained embedded in carpet fibers and wood grain. This suggested violence, not a voluntary departure. Attention turned to the nearby Housatonic River. During the same snowstorm, Richard had been seen repeatedly stopping near a bridge by the river. Witnesses recalled hearing a loud engine running for extended periods. Police suspected something unthinkable. They drained parts of the river. What they found was devastating. Small fragments of human remains, bone pieces, tissue, hair, fingernails, a fragment of tooth. These remains were scattered, damaged, but unmistakably human. Forensic analysis confirmed they belonged to Hella Crafts. The investigation revealed the horrifying truth. Richard had murdered his wife inside their home. He had then dismembered her body and used a wood chipper to destroy the remains, feeding them piece by piece into the machine during the storm, dumping what remained into the river to conceal the crime. It was one of the first cases in U.S. history prosecuted without a complete body. At trial, the defense argued that without a body, there could be no murder conviction. Prosecutors countered with forensic evidence, witness testimony, and Richard's own behavior. They demonstrated planning, deception, and motive. The jury listened carefully, slowly reconstructing the crime through fragments, timelines, and patterns. In 1989, Richard Crafts was convicted of murder. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. The case became known as the wood chipper murder, but the name does not capture its true nature. This was not a crime of rage. It was a crime of control, of emotional detachment, of a man who chose erasure over accountability. What makes this story linger is not just the method. It is the silence. The way Richard attempted to remove Hella from existence entirely, believing that without a body, there would be no truth. He underestimated memory. He underestimated patience. He underestimated the quiet strength of people who noticed what did not feel right. Hella Crafts is remembered not for how she died, but for how she was finally heard. Her words to friends, her fears, her intuition, they mattered. This story reminds us that truth does not require completeness to survive. Sometimes it exists in fragments, in patterns, in what people feel but cannot yet explain. And sometimes, even when someone tries to erase everything, enough remains for justice to speak softly, clearly, and finally.